Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Travis will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here today with my good friend, Pastor Lane Pennington. He is with the United Methodist Church in Dayton, the first United Methodist Church in Dayton. And such a good friend, such a good pastor that we love him to death. And he is from Ohio, and we still love him, but he loves Tennessee more than he does Ohio. And like I said, Lane comes from Cincinnati, Ohio. He was in the U.S. Marine Corps. He has a brother, Joshua, that's in the Navy, and Kevin was in the Air Force, and Shane was in the Army and still works for the Department of Defense. Brother Lane has been down here since 2020 in June, and he holds a Bachelor's of Arts in History from the University of Virginia and a Master's of Divinity in the Ashburn Theological Seminary. And he is blessed with two beautiful daughters, Shanna and Sarah, and a great-grandson, Sammy. He loves traveling, hunting, reading, and golf. And I have played golf with Lane, and it's amazing. Bad words are down 48% on the golf course, and throwing your clubs are down 72%. So that's a good thing when it comes to the pocketbook. With that, I would like to give you Pastor Lane Pennington.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much. Yes. I wanted to say thank you for this wonderful invitation. And it is a pleasure to get to meet so many here, at this house. And I also got to share with a lot of you up on the roof as we were trying to watch the eclipse that it happened somewhere in the United States, but I don't think it happened here to where we see it. But I enjoyed getting to meet quite a few of you and everything. And just with that line of thought, if you think about it, imagine 500 years ago, and you had people right here in Tennessee who watched an eclipse, but they had no scientific explanation for what was happening. Imagine how they tried to explain that event and seeing something like so magnificent. It wasn't magnificent for them. It was terrifying for them. But for us, it is magnificent. But as we see the power of nature, every one of us have to come to a moment in our heart where we are humbled and we realize what great power is out there and who is the greatest power. So with that, let us pray. Lord God Almighty, I just thank you. Thank you for each and everyone who is here today. I pray your blessings upon them and upon their family, as well as their districts that they serve. I pray that you will fill them with spirit and wisdom and understanding so that they can make the best decisions for the people of Tennessee. And I thank you for Tennessee itself, Lord. What a beautiful state. What a privilege to be able to live here in this state. And so, Father, thank you, each and every person who is here today. They're not here just because they ran for an election, but they're here because, Father, you called them. You gave them a purpose. They're it's part of the plan that you have for their life. And so today, I pray that each and every one will kind of understand their position as Esther did with Mordecai, when Mordecai tried to tell Esther how important her position was. And he told her, he said, for such a time as this, God has raised you up. And I pray that each and everyone who's here today would understand that very same calling and purpose. For such a time as this, God, you have raised each and every one of them up to make the decisions that will be a blessing and a benefit to all the people of Tennessee. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity. Thank you for each one. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Representative Travis, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 91 members present.
Let the journal reflect Representatives Dixie, Farmer, and Jones are excused. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well.
That's good. There you go. You can come around behind us. There you go. Scoot back up. Scoot back up.
Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Speaker, what an honor it is to have with me today these young women that you see standing before us. First of all, you see the Rogersville City School Lady Warriors basketball team, the state champions in single A for this year. Also, you see with them is the cheer team with them, because behind every good basketball team is a good cheer team. So I'm certainly happy to have them here. They finished an undefeated season this year. And so you may see that I'm saying they're single A. And you think, well, bless their hearts, that's good, single A. Well, back during Christmas, they were invited to a tournament where they faced some pretty tough competition. As a matter of fact, the AAA state champions performed in that tournament. And let's just say Rogersville City School is 28-0 this year. So I'll tell you how that turned out. So we came very close to being able to do this last year, but we didn't. We come up just a little bit short. But this year, again, I'm happy to have the team here. They were coached by Miss Kelsey Trent, who is with us today, and as well as Miss Latasha Jackson, who wasn't able to be here because she's at home being a new mother. So we certainly want to send our regards to her. At this time, Mr. Speaker, if it would be all right, I would like to recognize our principal, Mr. David Hartsook at Rogersville City School.
Yes, sir. He's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hicks, Representative Hill, and Senator Lundberg. Mr. Hicks did a great job explaining the season as it went for these young ladies. 28-0, like you said, we beat the 3A state champs too. So as you guys sit here and you look at this group of young ladies, you see a very good basketball team and a wonderful young cheerleading squad too. When I look at this group, as I've walked around with them all day, I see students that are members of my teacher leadership team. I see students that are part of the Beta Club. I see future leaders in our little town of Rogersville. We see a whole lot of positive right here in these young ladies, and I don't want that to be overlooked as we celebrate their great basketball skills, but we need to recognize them for the other stuff too. So thank you guys for having us. We really appreciate you.
Representative Hicks.
And Mr. Speaker and members, I'll say it's been a pretty special time in Rogersville here lately. You're getting ready to see another presentation, but I want to just say right now how proud I am to not only represent these girls in Nashville, but I get to see them each and every day because they're at the school system where I go to school each and every day. And I've seen these girls grow up and become the ladies that they are. And I tell you, everybody says, oh, what about the next generation? And I can tell you right now, the next generation, we're going to be okay. So thank you very much for recognizing these girls. Mr. Speaker, will you please join us in the well? All right, we're going to
Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant of Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1001 by Chairman Hicks, a resolution to honor and congratulate Missy Testerman on her selection as the 2023-24 Tennessee Teacher of the Year. Whereas it is fitting that we should especially recognize those outstanding teachers who have devoted their careers to providing the highest quality education for Tennessee students. And whereas one such estimable individual is Missy Testerman, who was named the 2023-24 Tennessee Teacher of the Year, an honor most befitting her outstanding tenure as a teacher, as it recognizes the positive influence she has on so many young lives, and whereas an English and as a second language instructor at Rogersville Elementary School and Rogersville City Schools, Ms. Testerman has been an educator for 31 years. She is competitively selected for this award from among non-finalists representing their respective regions of the state during the Tennessee Department of Education's Excellence in Education Celebration. And whereas a leader, mentor, and advocate in her school, Ms. Testerman is president of the Rogersville Education Association, a member of the Rogersville City School Teacher Leadership Team, a mentor for new teachers, and a participant in the Readers Are Leaders program. And whereas an active part of her community, she serves as the summer camps coordinator for Rogersville City Schools and renders sterling service on multiple boards and committees in the school and community. And whereas Ms. Testerman is an inspiration to the faculty, staff, and students of Rogersville Elementary School, and her friendship and her counsel are highly valued by those who are fortunate to know her. And whereas Missy Testerman truly epitomizes a dedicated educator who is wholly committed to the highest ideals of public service and quality education for all, and she should be specially recognized. Now, therefore, be resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor and congratulate Missy Testerman upon being named the 2023-2024 Tennessee Teacher of the Year, commend her exceptional service to the children of Tennessee, salute her professional expertise and personal excellence, and wish her all the best in her future endeavors.
Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I don't know if you was listening to that resolution, but it actually said Missy Testerman, the Tennessee Teacher of the Year. So in August of 2023, Missy Testerman became the Tennessee Teacher of the Year. And so I thought, man, this is going to be great. I'm going to really roll this out. We're going to have a great presentation, and we're going to recognize her as Tennessee Teacher of the Year. What could go wrong? Well, let me tell you what went right. Last week on Wednesday, what did Ms. Testerman do but become the National Teacher of the Year? So many times when we have these resolutions, we pass them and maybe we've heard of the person, maybe we've heard tell of all their accomplishments, but I can tell you for the past 13 years, I have worked with Missy Testerman at Rogersville City School as an administrator there at Rogersville City School. She taught my daughter in second grade. She taught my nephew in second grade. And I have seen what Missy does in the classroom. I have seen what Missy does outside of the classroom in our community. And I can tell you, just as I said, that the kids are going to be okay, the next generation is going to be okay. It's ladies like Missy that's standing behind me is the reason why they're going to be okay, is because what she is teaching these kids in the classroom. And I tell you, if you haven't been to a classroom lately, we'll invite you to come up to Rogersville City School, because I'm telling you, Missy can show you how it's done. I can't say enough of what she brings to our school system, and certainly what she brings to the state of Tennessee, and now what she's going to bring to our nation. So, Missy, thank you very much again for all that you do. Mr. Speaker, at this time, would you please recognize Senator Lundberg?
Senator, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She is an amazing lady. She is an ambassador, not only for Rogersville, not only for Northeast Tennessee and Tennessee in the United States, but her work goes on so much further. I'll tell you the one thing I'm looking forward to, Missy, what are you going to do next? She is an inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hicks.
Mr. Speaker, would you please now recognize our Commissioner, Ms. Lizette Reynolds?
Commissioner, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the General Assembly. Thank you for allowing me to join in the celebration of a great teacher who just so happens to be a great Tennessean, our new National Teacher of the Year, Missy Testerman. To echo Chairman Hicks and Chairman Lumberg, we are thrilled that for the first time in over 35 years, the great state of Tennessee will once again have the honor of one of our teachers as the ambassador and advocate for all teachers and students across this nation. In just a few short weeks, she will begin her travels across the country to share her wisdom, elevate issues that teachers face in the classroom, and inspire others to join in the profession. I was in Rogersville when we announced her spot in the Final Four, and the love and joy and support of Missy was just obvious and amazing. They were so proud to see one of their own represent the great state of Tennessee in such an honorable way. I do want to recognize our own TDOE ambassadors who kept me abreast every step of the way of Missy's journey in achieving this prestigious calling as National Teacher of the Year. They're in the gallery, Martha Moore and Sarah Brown. Thank you for your service to our state and to the National Teacher of the Year. Director Darnigan.
Representative Hicks.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to present Ms. Testerman with the resolution. Then I would ask if she could say a few words.
She is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I am now the new National Teacher of the Year, my heart will always lie with the public school teachers, public schools, and students of Tennessee. I promise during this year, thank you. I promise during this year of service as the National Teacher of the Year that I will always strive to make you feel proud that the National Teacher of the Year is a Tennessee teacher. In return, I would ask that you continue to support public schools, public students, and teachers in a way that makes me proud to say that I'm a Tennessee teacher. Thank you for this recognition today.
Representative Hicks.
Mr. Speaker, would you please recognize our Director of Schools at Rogersville City School, Mr. Edwin Jarnigan?
He is recognized.
On behalf of Rogersville City School, I'd just like to say thank you, especially to Mr. Representative Hicks and Representative Hill and Senator Lundberg. But I will say this about Ms. Testerman. One of our fourth grade students was interviewed after she was a finalist, and their comment was, I hope she's a loser because we don't want to lose her. But she's a winner and she's great. And all I can say is we're proud, proud, proud. And she'll do a great job for our school system, our county, our state, and our nation. Thank you.
Representative Hicks.
Mr. Speaker, please join us in the well for a picture.
welcome and honoring Representative Russell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give a big Tennessee State Capitol welcome to former State Representative Jimmy Matlock that's in the room.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to do the same thing in honoring Jimmy being here, so thank you.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to welcome a couple people here today from Memphis. Avery Webb is a page today, and she's shadowing me today and tomorrow. So please make her feel welcome. And her parents, Tim and Kim Webb, are up here in the gallery as well. So if everyone could please make them feel welcome.
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's only fitting that he walked over here. Members, we had a birthday over the weekend. Representative Jake McCalman. Y'all give him a warm happy birthday.
Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last Friday, Hamlin County, the city of Morristown, lost a longtime EMS member. Captain Todd Giles had served in EMS for over 30 years, and while on a call Friday, he suffered a heart attack and passed away. So if we could join me for a moment of silence for Captain Todd Giles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so excited to welcome my pages for the day, Francis and Gresham Dryden, who are neighbors, constituents, and I've been told that they expect to see some tips tonight. So if you're feeling generous, please give them some tips. So thank you so much.
Representative Martin of Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an intern with me today, if you guys don't mind welcoming from Scotts Hill High School. Mr. Dalton Robinson is with us. He is an exceptional student. Will be attending the University of Alabama, however, this fall, so don't hold that against him.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want you all to welcome today Gabby Hermada with the clerk's office. Raise your hand, Gabby. Gabby's grandmother, Joe Newton, is here today from Shelbyville, and her mom, Tara. Welcome. Thank you all for coming.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pages are well staffed today because I'm excited to have one with me as well. Miss Bailey Rowe from the 23rd District. She goes to Sequoia High School. Her mom, Melissa, is in the gallery with us to our right, but please welcome her, make her feel welcome.
Lyra Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to wish my son a happy solar eclipse birthday today. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last year, this body passed a bill that would designate the second Monday in April as Line Worker Appreciation Day. So just wanted to take a second and do a shout out for all those electrical linemen out there that are keeping the power on for us. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I want to wish two of my favorite constituents, my Uncle Chester and Auntie Sis, a happy 57th wedding anniversary that they celebrated yesterday. And this past weekend, I want to thank District 86 for showing up on April 6th, the one-year anniversary of our expulsion from the Tennessee General Assembly, to continue to commit ourselves to democracy, commit ourselves to lifting up the voices of those that are too often marginalized and those that are too often silenced. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve you and remind you, as we always do, that no matter what they say, no matter what they do, you can't expel a movement.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to take a moment to remember a constituent of mine, lifelong friend who, John W. Bill Roth, everybody knew him as Bill. He was a local attorney there and graduated from my alumni, Central High School, and was very active. He passed away this weekend, and just want us all to take a moment to remember his family and his friends, and who he'll be sorely missed by our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An unfortunate, another loss in our state and specifically Greenville and Greene County. Good friend of mine, Chuck Boland, is the president of our Greenville Energy Authority, 56 years old, was on vacation with his family in the U.S. Virgin Islands, was on a snorkeling trip, felt bad, told his friends he was going to go back to the hotel room, and he never made it back. Passed away. He's a father, husband, and a grandfather, and a true man of God. If we could please take a moment of respect for Mr. Chuck Boland. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the South Carolina women's basketball team and Coach Don Staley and the entire team for their national championship this weekend over the Iowa women's basketball team. Congratulations, Coach Staley and the entire team and the University of South Carolina.
Representative Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise with sad news. I would like to just take a moment to recognize Mr. Grady Roden, who passed away this weekend in Chattanooga. He was former Hamilton County Republican Party chair. He was started his own business. He served honorably in our military service and just was a huge asset to our community. He lived a long and full life, and we are grateful and celebrate that life. But I would just ask that your thoughts and prayers be with his family and his friends and those of us who will just miss him and miss his presence and miss his wisdom. So, Mr. Speaker, just a moment of silence, if you would. Thank you.
Welcome and honoring. Anyone else? Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all resolutions properly filed, be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar or referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objections, order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing and allowing that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objections, order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objections, order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate Bill 757, 1,676, 1,802, 2,557, 2,587, 2,588, 2,674, 2,743, 2,769, 2,820, 2,861, 2,926, 2,932, and 2,984. Transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Objections, order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions and memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentlemen, moves passage of the consent calendar, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 3, House Bill 2117 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 8, House Bill 2878 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens and Chairman Todd. Item 23, House Resolution 145 was withdrawn under unfinished business last Thursday.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Is any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, one present, not voted.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. Most considered tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Speaker of the House has a regular calendar.
Call first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2891 by Chairman Todd.
Chairman Todd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to hold this item on the desk.
Without objection, hold on the desk. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1883 by Representative Chaplain and others relative to patient visitation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Capley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1641.
Representative Capley moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 1641. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1641 on third and final consideration.
Representative Capley moves passage of Senate Bill 1641 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To adopt the next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Capley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this piece of legislation does is it essentially allows for individuals who are acting as a durable power of attorney, say your loved one, your wife, your husband, your mother, your father. The hospital has to make a reasonable effort during normal visitation hours for you to be able to see your loved one, to make medical decisions for you while you're in the hospital setting. As I'm sure many of you can remember during COVID and several other epidemics that we've had family members in Tennessee that have had to make decisions behind a pane of glass. What we're saying in this legislation is that stops. We're not going to do that anymore. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Capley renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I appreciate this legislation, and having lost a loved one during COVID and have only been able to say goodbye over sort of FaceTime, I can understand what you're getting at with this legislation. But my deep concern here is that it is, in essence, preempting what could be a very devastating and difficult time for this state and for this nation with this legislation without thinking about what the medical implications of the decision would be. If you will remember, during the pandemic, when we were limited to visiting our loved ones, it was in an attempt to prevent people from bringing the disease into the hospitals. It was an effort of public health and public safety that those decisions were made in our state and also at the federal level. And what you have here in your legislation in subsection C just particularly bothers me. That it says the visitation right specified in subsection A must not be terminated, suspended, waived, or otherwise limited upon the declaration of a disaster or emergency by the governor or the governor's designee or another individual or entity acting on behalf of this state or political subdivision of this state. If, my colleagues, we are in a situation where the governor is calling a declaration of emergency, then we need to ensure that we are doing all that we can to preserve the health of our constituents, which may include that folks won't be able to see their loved one on that particular day or at that particular time. And by having legislation now, while we are not in a state of emergency, we are binding the hands of the governor, whomever he or she may be or they may be, and we are not taking into account the real consequences that could be happening with medical care for people in our constituencies and in our communities. And so while sponsor, I believe I understand the intent of your legislation, I believe that it is a little bit too short-sighted in what it is seeking to address. And for this reason, I will not be able to support your legislation. And I ask my colleagues that you think about the times where we have been in a state of emergency or future times, whether an earthquake happens or there's another virus or something like that that we're dealing with. We do not need to hamstring the ability of the governor or others to prioritize the health of the people who are most vulnerable in our state. And so for those reasons, again, I ask that you do not support this legislation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, I didn't know that you were such a big fan of the governor. I consider him a friend, and I like a lot of the things that he's done. But this piece of legislation, I don't think is short-sighted at all. I think this piece of legislation, essentially what we're saying as a body, is that it doesn't matter if there's a state of emergency, if there's another COVID pandemic, that we're going to stand for Tennessee families. And that if your loved one is sick in the hospital, that you are guaranteed during normal visitation hours that you can see them in person to make medical decisions for those people. We're not going to have to sit in the parking lot anymore and make decisions over the phone. We're not going to force families to sit behind a pane of glass and watch their loved ones die. This is not short-sighted at all.
Representative Pearson.
Again, the problem that I believe you and unfortunately some of my colleagues also misunderstand is when you are dealing with the situation that we were with COVID and with other instances of a state of emergency, we trust those who are medical professionals and those who are responsible for the health of everyone to do what is in the best interest of everybody. You, unfortunately, I do believe are short-sighted in what you are saying and how you are thinking, because while you are saying it is so important and imperative that an individual be able to go and to see that loved one, you're also putting at risk all of the other individuals and all of the other folks' families that are also going to be in that hospital, who are going to potentially be susceptible to the viruses that individuals bring in. And so for those reasons, I still will not support this legislation. And while it might seem like you're protecting the liberty of an individual to go into those hospitals, you're also ensuring that disease and illness also could go into that hospital and hurt other families that are not consenting to that quote unquote loved one going into their hospital, going into their hospital ring, or potentially going into their room coughing or sneezing with any other ailments or issues. And so it isn't about being a fan of the governor or not. It is about protecting the health and the well-being of all of our constituents. And that's what this legislation fails to do, which is why I will not support its sponsor.
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Sponsor, would you yield?
Representative Chaplain.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask, I do understand where you're going with this, but I wanted to ask, when you have a power of attorney, isn't it automatically not necessarily put in place where they could see them in case of sickness, but wouldn't that power of attorney be able to make decisions in a case that you are presenting here?
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, yes, sir. So if you were in the hospital and your wife or whomever was your designated power of attorney, they would be sort of the chief officer of your medical decisions. So in this piece of legislation, what we're saying is that during normal visitation hours, that they can come in and the hospital has to make a reasonable effort to accommodate them to see you face to face and to make medical decisions for you versus over the phone and elsewhere.
Representative Shaw.
I understand that. I think what I'm getting at in terms of health reasons, for reasons of health, depending on what that was, would it not be best for, if they had that power of attorney, to talk on telephone or whatever, other than actually going in that room, facing that sick person in the event something happened that we are not expecting? Because nowadays, we do get things that happen in this country that's never happened before. So I'm just wondering, is that a good idea health-wise?
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So essentially, this doesn't stop that. They could do that already, and this is not forcing them to go into the room. And we even went further in this legislation, thanks to both of our chairmen in the Health Committee for helping me out, that the patient would reserve the right to deny that as well. So if the patient wasn't comfortable with their power of attorney coming in, they could deny that and do the medical decisions otherwise, like over the phone, which I'm assuming is what your concern is.
Representative Shaw.
Well, thank you for that explanation, because you make me feel better. I thought that when I first read this, to me, it seemed like you were saying they can just do it regardless, but you're saying that would be a decision for the record between that patient and that power of attorney.
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The patient reserves the right to deny it. Yeah, they can deny the visitation.
Representative Shaw.
How about the power of attorney? Would they have the same right if they felt uncomfortable to go in there and speak with the patient based upon the health conditions?
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They're already doing that, so we're not making changes. If they want to choose that route, they can go ahead and do that anyway.
Representative Shaw.
Well, thank you for the explanation. You make me feel better about the legislation. Thank you.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question may call. Is there objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1641 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75-16, nay, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 1641 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reeks here is tabled. Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make a motion to take up, or excuse me, I move to take up item number 14 at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Any objection? Seeing none. So ruled. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. I'm sorry. Getting a little ahead of ourselves. I'm just making sure y'all paying attention. Mr. Clark, call the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, that's item 14, House Bill 2861 by Representative Carringer relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2151.
Representative Carringer moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 2151, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2151 on third and final consideration.
Representative Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 2151 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes to us from a constituent who had a bad birthing experience at a hospital. After delivery, she was told by hospital staff that she had to vaccinate her children, and if she didn't, the hospital could call and report her to the Department of Children's Services. Fortunately, this person knew that the law provided medical and religious exemptions, but she brought this to us because of her concern for other people who may not know what the current law says. So as amended, this bill makes it prohibited for medical practice for a healthcare provider to coerce a person to receive a vaccination. And what I mean in coerce means to compel a person to act by force, intimidation, or threat, and coerce also a person who has the legal authority to make healthcare decisions for a child to consent to a vaccination. So misrepresent that state law requires someone to get vaccinated without the option for religious or exemption. And if they misrepresent that state law requires a newborn to receive the vaccination. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 19 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2151 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 19 nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2151 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 3, House Bill 1973 by Chairman Hawk relative to newborn screening. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1791.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1791, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1791 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 1791 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee is a national leader in newborn screening for rare diseases. Each state will run its own newborn screening program to identify infants with rare disorders. It's widely viewed as one of the most successful public health programs in the United States. When a disorder is detected early with screening, affected infants can receive medical support that can prevent permanent disabilities, developmental delays, and death. Each year in Tennessee, about 385 babies are born with some type of rare disorder. Early detection of these disorders in newborns improves health outcomes and often saves their lives. Once a condition is added to the recommended uniform screening panel list, RUSP list, it can take years for all the states to add it to their state screening programs. Tennessee adds their conditions faster than most states. What this bill does as amended, it will say that the Department of Health will continue with our current screening process of evaluating and adding conditions if and when a condition is approved by the RUSP and it is not added to the screening panel within 36 months. The department will then write a report to tell the House and the Senate committees, as well as the Genetic Advisory Council and the Rare Disease Committee, why it's not been added within 36 months. As amended, Mr. Speaker and members, that's what the bill does. I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1791, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1791, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
1971 by Chairman Hawk relative to Tennessee Opportunity Pilot Program grants. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1823.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1823. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1823 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 1823 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you realize or remember that we've been working in the TANF space, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, for quite some time now. And we have 7 pilot programs that are up and running and doing some tremendous work. We're helping over 3,000 Tennesseans at the moment, and we are gathering research data on each of those pilot programs to see what their successes are. And we've seen some successes at this moment. We were a little slow in the upstart of these pilots, and we're going to need an extra year to gather the data so we as a General Assembly can eventually make good decisions to empower some of the programs to go forward and help some of our most fragile working Tennesseans. In a nutshell, as amended, that's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker, and I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. I agree with you that we need evidence-based and data-supported solutions to these expenditures of funds. But is this going to delay the disbursement of all of these TANF funds for another year, or are any of these TANF funds that are able to be drawn down and spent in the meantime?
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A good question. Each of the pilots was eligible for $25 million to go toward their total of $175 million. Those dollars are still made available to each pilot to be used and distributed amongst what had been the 3-year time frame of the pilot. It will be extended out to a 4th year. The other TANF dollars that are going to gen programs, other programs across the state of Tennessee, it will not affect them in any way, shape, or form. Those dollars are still eligible to go out in the time frame that DHS deems necessary.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so that's my concern. As you know, well, we're sitting on over $700 million of these TANF funds still today, but this is only affecting a small percentage of those funds, and the rest of those funds are still available for disbursement at this time. Is that correct?
Chairman Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rest of those funds are still eligible for disbursement.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Pass. Thank you for answering those questions.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1823, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Crawford, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1823 and received a constitutional majority. Everybody clerk pass. Without objection, motion to reconsider the table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2392, but Chairman Lafferty, relative to draft registration. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2525.
Chairman Lafferty moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2525 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2525 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Lafferty moves passage of Senate Bill 2525 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Lafferty renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2525, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, one nay.
Senate Bill 2525 having received a constitutional majority, everybody clerk pass without objection. Motion to reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2711 by Representative Garrett and others relative to commerce. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2391.
Representative Garrett moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2391 without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2391 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2391 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2711 came to me from the Attorney General's office. It's the 2024 Antitrust Modernization Act. And what this particular statute is doing is updating our antitrust statutes that have been in place for over 100 years. In fact, in the late 1880s, the Sherman Act was the first of antitrust federal regulations that exist. States then followed and created their own, and ours has not been updated in about 100 years. It was last touched in the late 70s, and this will modernize the enforcement of when companies get together, like let's say Google, for instance, and has one share of the market and create, not that I'm saying Google's a monopoly, but one of those, if they gobble up another company that has a browser or search engine, they are subject to antitrust legislation. So what this piece of legislation does, one of the main cores of this legislation is it adds services. Right now, it only applies to goods like phones, et cetera, that we sell and exchange in commerce. That would add services now, like a Google, Facebook, Meta, et cetera. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Keem. Representative Keem, technical difficulty. Representative Pearson's microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, I'm trying to understand what we have here. As I read the summary, it's like a potpourri of questions that we could ask on that. But one of the reasons I'm asking is, I serve on an advisory committee for the United States Trade Representative, and I'm trying to understand, are the upgrades that we're making in this legislation, are we in accord with national laws or national guidelines, or in a sense of speaking, are we doing our own thing?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are. We are trying to stay updated. In fact, Tennessee is one of the last states, along with their sister states, to do this exact thing. So not only are we trying to keep updated with what the federal law does, we're also trying to stay updated to what our surrounding sister states have done, because we were one of the last states to actually update this section of our laws to make sure that the Attorney General has the tools that it has for anti-competitive conduct by our companies.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did have one other question. It says this bill prohibits bringing a class action lawsuit to obtain injunction relief and recover damages for conduct declared to be unlawful by this bill. And I'm asking a question. That's in accord with federal guidelines.
Representative Garrett.
I'm not sure under the Sherman Act if there's still going to be survived, whether or not there's class action. What this does in order to eliminate private individuals to get together for a class action. Those are sometimes hard to achieve, and it's real difficult to forward those. It's difficult to bring those. So what it does, the reason why we're eliminating those class actions, because you're actually hurting the people when bringing these actions against companies that are engaging in activity that's anti-competitive, because it takes a long time to get to that point and it stalls the litigation. So we're trying to make it more streamlined, more enforceable, where when we have companies that engage in anti-competitive or price fixing, they get together and say, they want to sell a chemical that is used, kind of like the movie The Informant, if you've ever seen that. There were 6 or 8 companies in that movie that had behind the scenes meetings and price fixed the price of what they're going to sell the chemical for so they can guarantee their profits. That obviously is anti-competitive price fixing activity. And there's no way to defend that for an attorney general or even our attorney in the United States in a class action setting. So we're trying to streamline and make the lawsuits more effective, where there's quicker relief, and there's quicker relief for Tennesseans. So that's the reason why that provision is being eliminated.
Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm interested here about the part, I agree, the Sherman Act and our antitrust laws are archaic. I mean, we obviously need to modernize these. I wish the federal government would do it as well. I'm curious about the point here where the cause of action is limited if the Attorney General has taken up the case. It's almost like a False Claims Act type of situation where we're just deferring to the Attorney General. Why are we doing that in this instance?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you for that question, Chairman Clemens. It doesn't eliminate a private right for someone like me or you that wants to sue based upon some sort of anti-competitive activity. It doesn't eliminate that. You still can do a private action. So it's both. You can still do a civil action like an individual, and the Attorney General can also bring the action. So you're not eliminating one for the other. Chairman Clemens.
But am I incorrect in misreading this to say that if the Attorney General initiates that action first, then the person is prevented from filing the same claim against the same entity under this bill?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you for that question, Chairman, because they wouldn't be, but what they could be subject to is a consolidation of that particular matter if it's filed in the same court. It depends on if one plaintiff sues in state court under our state statute and the Attorney General chooses to sue in federal court, then you're going to have 2 actions going at the same time about the same thing. So it just depends. If a plaintiff sues in federal court, the Attorney General chooses to file in federal court, those 2 cases could be consolidated. It doesn't prevent that, I don't believe.
Chairman I'm sorry. Chairman Clemens.
Okay, I may be misreading that provision, and if so, I apologize. Now, if you could speak to the reason for the presumption of unreasonableness and unduly burdensome with regards to the discovery, if the Attorney General doesn't seek to seek recovery for an injury suffered by the state governmental branch, that non-party discovery is unreasonable or unduly burdensome. Why are we doing that?
Representative Garrett.
Let's, for instance, say there's some statute that they decide to sue that we passed here, right? So that statute's been in the books for a couple of years, and there's some document, maybe the journal that's to my right that's being righted on, recording everything we are saying. Essentially, under the discovery rules now, the companies would be able to achieve that discovery piece of paper in this chamber. That's way too broad. So in other words, if there is a company or if there is a government entity in Memphis, the lawsuit's filed in East Tennessee, in the Eastern District, U.S. Eastern District in East Tennessee, and they're trying to get documents that's held by a Memphis governmental entity that has nothing to do with the lawsuit. The way the discovery rules are drafted now, we would have to respond to that as a state. That is overly broad and burdensome and irrelevant to the litigation. So what we're doing here is making the discovery limited to the allegations that are in the complaint and narrowed in focus so the Attorney General and their team can actually respond in a reasonable way. Otherwise, right now, discovery is so broad and so bountiful, it's very difficult to respond, especially when it's irrelevant. And right now, they can ask for that, which the Attorney General has to respond. So we're trying to, again, streamline the litigation to make it a little quicker to get to a resolution and also not bog down the case in the discovery process because it's so broad. This statute narrows the discovery to the issues at play at that particular lawsuit.
Chairman Clemens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Representative Garrett.
Absolutely.
Representative Miller.
I'm just curious. You mentioned that it's been over 100 years since the rules have been changed, and there are a number of bordering states in the same situation we're in. I'm curious, why do you think it's taken over 100 years to change this?
Representative Garrett.
When you look back 100 years in certain ways that business is what's conducted, right, that changes every year, decades, right? What the iPhone was invented in 2007, I believe, or 2006. The iPhone changed the way we, our kids, our families, et cetera, interact on the internet. Right now, our particular state legislation, our state action, the federal government, I don't believe is like this, but the state action, we can't govern what we do under the Sherman Act or under the Antitrust Modernization Act. We can't govern how we track ourselves on the internet because it doesn't include services. So I don't mean to say all of that to delay your response, but what I mean is industries have changed and it's taken a long time for us as the government to catch up. And we are catching up to modernize this act to make sure we get those bad actors that are conducting anti-competitive activity.
Representative Miller.
That's pretty understandable. Will our Attorney General, state of Tennessee, will he take a lead on encouraging the other states to change their laws?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we're one of the last ones to update our laws. So we're trying to stay within the same lane as our sister states that have already done this over several years. So we're trying to update ours to stay in focus with our sister states.
Representative Miller.
So you do not anticipate state of Tennessee, along with other states, filing any types of lawsuits against the federal government in reference to what the federal law says versus what our laws say?
Representative Garrett.
Oh, good question. Thank you for that question, but no, because we are mirroring what is already federal law. So it gives not only there's already a federal action under a federal statute, this allows you to bring a state action under our state action as well. You get to choose which one. You don't get both. I guess you could, but that'd be very expensive. But this gives a state action as well. And so it wouldn't be an avenue to contest the federal law for this statute.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garrett, under the statute of limitations portion with respect to the streamlining that I've heard you talk about and reference a couple of times, are we shortening the statute of limitations in any way, shape, form, or fashion with respect to the changes we're making?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Attorney General to bring an action, there's not a statute of limitations. Because in the example of the informant with the movie that I was telling you about, that they price fixed a chemical that we all use, that conduct took place over a potential decades period, and they couldn't find out. So to bring an action to prevent that price fixing for the Attorney General, there is no statute of limitations. We're not really changing that. There's case law, both in the federal government and the state government, that says for a tort, for a private person in a property tort, there's case law that says there's typically a 3-year statute of limitations. A 3-year statute of limitations. That's what is generally accepted when you bring an action based upon this particular private tort action under the price fixing statute. What we're doing is just codifying what's already being used. So we're simply saying there's not a question anymore about there in case law. It's actually, for state purposes, a 3-year statute for that particular action under this act.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's also a portion that deals with recovery and consideration of recovery. Are we then, and you mentioned tort a minute ago, are we then capping any damages with respect to any changes that we are putting if this bill should pass?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two answers to that. One, the consumer welfare standard is used when there are actual damages. And that is when we have two companies that merge. Let's just say Google and Firefox merge, right? If there is a natural increase in the prices of what we use using Google or Firefox, then that's the cap of damages, right? That's the standard of damages when two companies merge. And if the price increase because those two companies merge, that's an anti-competitive situation where those are the damages. That's one way. This also, under the state's portion of this, obviously, there's a Tennessee Consumer Protection issue as well that you can violate the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act, and that could provide triple damages, attorney's fees, etc. Because we've moved some of this remedy under the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Bracken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2391, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, 7 nays.
Senate Bill 2391 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2155 by Chair Lady Moody and others relative to naming the law prohibiting an LEA from deducting dues from the wages of LEA's employees for a professional employees organization, the Michael Marin Paycheck Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the deck.
Chair Lady Moody, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1938.
Chair Lady Moody moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1938 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1938 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Moody moves passage of Senate Bill 1938 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this bill passed last year. And in the meantime, after it passed, one of our Senate colleagues, although he started here in the House, the Senate research analyst Michael Marin, passed away suddenly at the age of 37 in September. And so some of his close friends and our colleagues were thinking about that and how, it passed late in the session last year, and that this bill could have, if not, could have been the last bill he really worked very hard on. So what this bill is doing is just a memorial and memorializing him by renaming that part of the bill that's already passed, the Michael Marin Paycheck Protection Act. And so for those of you that may not know, Michael was survived by his son, Brandon, his father, Tom, his mother Linda, his sister Lindsay, step siblings Mark and Tiffany, his ex-wife Crystal, and his beloved canine companion Nessie. Mike's time was very interesting, his life. After concluding his 7 years in the Navy as a submariner aboard the USS Alaska, Michael first visited the legislature when he was a student at Volunteer State Community College. He was in state and local government class taught by our beloved Nathan James and received extra credit for spending a day at the legislature. That led him to pursuing an internship with the United States Congress and then as an intern for the Senate Education Committee in 2011. After graduation from NTSU with his bachelor's degree, Michael became a legislative assistant in the Tennessee House of Representatives, and then in April 2013, Senator Gresham hired him as research analyst for Senate Education. For the next decade, Michael helped shape education policy and legislation working under 3 Senate education chairs, Senator Gresham, Senator Kelsey, and now Senator Lundberg. During this time, he completed his master's in public administration at TSU. He always encouraged a student-centered focus and was tireless in his work. He was the best example of a public servant and a very good man. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairlady Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hakeem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lady Moody, it sounds like the gentleman is a very fine individual and worthy of his name being raised in regards to an issue in education. But I would ask, and just for clarity, are we in reality removing a right that teachers have at this time for dues to be taken out of their wages and so forth, within the system? I want some clarity on that.
Chairlady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. It was taking an LEA employee to do that work while our teachers associations already, and I don't want to say the exact length of time, but they have already been encouraging their members to do this online. Sign up online, they can do it electronically. So no, it does not take away any right of theirs. They're already set up to do it electronically and have been.
Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ma'am, I hear what you're saying, but I guess I'm a little confused because I thought this was something that the teachers wanted, was for the continuation of this to be taken out of their salaries. But if I understand you correctly, they have a system that is set apart from it being taken out by the state, and they're inclined to go with that instead of being taken out by the state. Is that correct?
Chairlady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, really, it's set up to do it electronically. And this bill, we already debated that last year. And so what this bill is simply doing is just a naming bill. Thank you.
Representative King.
One last comment. Okay, thank you so much. And I love you. But I do feel that this is something that was taken away from teachers. And so with that, I won't be able to vote for the bill. But thank you so much.
Representative Powell.
Thank you. I just wanted to address some of the comments my colleague already addressed. I voted no on this legislation last year, and I will be voting no, not out of disrespect for his memory, and I realize you're honoring this after him. It's just I was opposed to that bill, and unfortunately, wish we could be naming another bill after him. I realize this was his last one. And again, I have great respect for him and all the work he did. Unfortunately, because it's this bill, I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call the question.
Previous question has been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1938, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 12 nays, 6 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1938, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is taken. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2174 by Representative Alexander relative to food service establishments. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 1945.
Representative Alexander moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1945, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 1945 and third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage of Senate Bill 1945 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just allows primary businesses that are not in the food establishment business to allow them to sell things outside their business during festivals like water and cookies and chips and stuff like that during 2 days versus 1. I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1945 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Carringer, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1945 and received the constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is taken. Call it next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2420 by Representative Barrett relative to elderly and vulnerable adults. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2147.
Representative Barrett moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2147, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2147 on third and final consideration.
Representative Barrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2147 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides that if a surviving spouse is found by a court of competent jurisdiction to have procured a marriage to an elderly person or disabled adult as part of a scheme to commit abuse or neglect, sexual abuse, financial exploitation, or theft of the elderly person's disabled adult's real or personal property, or has otherwise procured marriage to the elderly person or disabled adult by fraud, duress, or undue influence, that marriage could be set aside. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Barrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2147 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 2147 having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2865 by Representative Baum and others relative to Veterans Treatment Court programs.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2865 on third and final consideration.
Representative Baum moves passage. Volume second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. On the amendment? Seeing none. All right. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill clarifies in the code when a court that has criminal jurisdiction is eligible for funding for a veteran treatment court program from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. And it also clarifies what that state grant funding can be used for. It can be used for mental health treatment of the veterans, substance abuse treatment for the veterans, like drug testing, but it cannot be used to fund the cost of the courtroom building or pay the judge's salary. Those are items that should already be covered in the local government's budget. The grant funding is to provide the treatment. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Baum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for the bill. Just making sure I understand it. Where's the grant funding for the creation of the Veterans Court as I'm labeling it? Where does that come from?
Representative Baum.
The grant funding comes from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Having read it, I appreciate the legislation and we'll be supporting it and understand that the operational costs would have to come from the counties wherein like this would be existing. But my dad works in veteran affairs at the VA in Memphis. And so good legislation and proud to support it. Thanks.
Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Dr. Baum. Just want to tell you thank you for bringing this legislation. If members haven't been to a veterans court or mental health court or other substance abuse court they need to attend, I want to give a congratulations to Judge Ben Hall McFarland Jr. and Commissioner Tommy Baker. I've seen them seen the general attend these veterans courts and as a general even hug some of these men and women who have graduated just to offer encouragement. It's very inspirational. Just want to challenge each and every one of y'all to attend those over the next few months. Thank you, Dr. Baum.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2865 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
House Bill 2865 having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2998 by Representative Bricken relative to the charter of the city of Tullahoma.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of House Bill 2998 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bricken moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this bill just rewrites the city of Tullahoma city charter. With that, I move for adoption.
Representative Bricken renews his motion. Representative Moon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2998 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, one nay.
House Bill 2998, having a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1634 by Representative Bolso, relative to kindergarten through grade 12 education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 2766.
Representative Bolso moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2766, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 2766 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bolso moves passage of Senate Bill 2766 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not in the Senate bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House or committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an education bill. It simply tweaks the teacher's code of ethics. The code currently provides that a teacher should not treat a student unfairly on 13 different bases. The amendment simply strikes the 13 enumerated bases and provides that a teacher shall not treat a student unfairly on any basis. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Bolso renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Appreciate the overall intention of what you've articulated. I'm just going to read for folks and for folks watching what it currently says as it relates to the ethics that you'd be deleting, that a teacher shouldn't violate a constitutional right or a student related to these ethics on the basis of race, color, creed, disability, sex, national origin, marital status, political or religious beliefs, family, social or cultural background, or sexual orientation. And this would just substitute it just to say on any basis. And I think a change that would really make this much better is if you put and. But I do believe there's something really powerful about the enumeration that's articulated here, especially, and you would understand this as an attorney, especially as you think about protected classes and making sure that it is clear for everyone who reads this language, everyone who is a teacher, but everyone in the community that might be suing or might be upset about some of the things that a teacher might do that is antithetical to these ethics, having those enumerated in this way, I think are actually important in a time that we are living in where folks don't want to pay attention to the multiplicity of diversity within our communities. We need to make sure that our teachers and all of us, for that matter, are held to a high ethic that does not discriminate, that is not derogatory, that is not offensive, and that does not harm people based on these different identities that people have, whether that be their sexual orientation, to their religious beliefs, to their marital status, or anything like that. And so by you just striking all of the things that are enumerated, instead of saying all of these things and on any other basis, I really do believe that it cheapens what the intent and the effect here is of having all of these listed for teachers, but also should be in each and every one of us as something that we understand. And so for that reason, I don't believe that I'll be able to support this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, my only comment is that I think we can all agree that no teacher should ever treat a student unfairly on any basis. I mean, you are correct that if we look at federal law, you look specifically at Section 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, you'll see 5 different protected classes there: race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. But given that the statute over time has expanded to include 13 separate bases, it seems easy as to go ahead and have it state what we all agree to, that no teacher should ever, on any basis, treat a student unfairly, and that's what the bill does.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. And again, on this sponsor, we completely agree. But again, I think there is something powerful to the enumeration, particularly when children, I think there was even legislation that we passed. And so I wonder your understanding of this that allowed for a teacher to not use a child's preferred pronouns. And so if that is viewed as discrimination on any basis, obviously that was related to sexual orientation too. How does this interact with that legislation? Because that would be discrimination against an individual as well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no overlap. When you read the rest of this part of the section 10 of the Teacher Code of Ethics, it deals specifically with the teacher excluding a student from a particular activity or denying a student a particular benefit or granting a student a particular advantage. So an issue of what you call a student by way of pronouns has no overlap with this particular section of the Code of Ethics.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much. As I understand it, and again, you can go back and look at this as well, the Code of Ethics also mentions the constitutional rights of students being protected. I think it's number 4 in the Code of Ethics. And if you think about number 14 of our Constitution, the Constitutional Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the infringement that could be happening by students not being called their preferred names or their preferred pronouns that they were being asked by a teacher, I completely see the overlap in how a teacher could be violating, in fact, even this legislation, any basis of discrimination that would be occurring. And so that's something I think we need to consider. You probably want to think about a little bit more, but this legislation, again, not mentioning sexual orientation, race, and all these other things that we know are protected statuses and classes, instead of just adding and any other basis, really sends the wrong signal, I think, as it relates to protecting our students. And so I'm still against the legislation.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we discussed this bill in committee, I think we got to a point where where we were in agreement, because I feel that this bill, and I do say feel, I'm using the words correctly, I think, this bill will prevent let's throw something crazy out. A student has blue hair and they're not picked for the basketball team. And they feel that they're in the top 12 members. This bill will prevent, if that teacher can prove that the blue hair, that student can prove that the blue hair says, I've been discriminated against for having blue hair, the teacher can be, or the coach can be penalized. I don't think the bill goes to what the penalty is, but in that scenario, that person's covered for having that a particular difference. Is that correct?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would say so, because when you say on any basis, that would include something as accidental as having blue hair or orange hair. Regardless of the color of the student's hair, the student should not, as a matter of ethics, be excluded from participation.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So trying to get to how are we going to, does this bill address the process from that point of a student feels slighted for whatever reason? How is that going to be adjudicated in the school building and then potentially at the LEA?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would depend entirely upon the facts. We're dealing here just with one subsection of one provision in the Teacher Code of Ethics. There, as the representative from Shelby County pointed out, there could be other sections of the Teacher Code of Ethics that come into play. There could be other portions of Title 49 that come into play. There could be other state or federal laws that come into play. It would simply depend on the facts.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. My final kind of questions, question to you is, so there are some things that are covered in federal law, like you say, race and sex and all those things. This bill opens it up in the state of Tennessee, in the classroom or in that school building, LEA, to say anything. Don't you think this is going to be an unfair burden? And it's not a question slanted in any way. But as I think about it, isn't this going to be a tall task for those administrators in that school building to manage? Because you're going to have disgruntled parents. My kid didn't get was not selected as best and brightest in the class, and it's because of A, B, and C, and not necessarily because of anything that is that you can draw a clear line to. isn't this going to be very, very subjective when it comes down to being discriminated against for anything?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the contrary, I think it brings a simplification to the process, because when you look at this specific provision right now, it has these 13 enumerated bases that include things as nebulous as cultural background, social background, family background, religious beliefs, political beliefs, marital status. And so I think if we remove all of those nebulous concepts and just say explicitly that a teacher shall not on any basis treat a student unfairly, it brings clarity and simplicity to the process.
Representative McKenzie, passed. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just reading this amendment, which I think we should note has not been adopted by the Senate, it looks like you are seeking to expand protections for children. Are there any specific areas from which you are attempting to protect children that aren't enumerated under federal law or currently in the state law?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Chairman, we're coming at it from the opposite direction, not from the perspective of children, but from the perspective of a teacher. It's a teacher's code of ethics, so it governs how a teacher treats students in the classroom. And when we look at this particular provision, I think what we want to make sure of is that it's clear that a teacher should never treat a student unfairly on any basis. And that's the sole reason for this amendment.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I guess I'm just trying to figure out, regardless of from which perspective you're looking at it, you look like you're expanding the scope of the protections and preventing, whether you're protecting more children or you're trying to instruct more teachers on how to treat students. Is your intent to expand the scope of this beyond the enumerated factors that are currently in federal law and in this state law? And if so, what are other areas of types of discrimination that you're trying to include in this, just hypothetically?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Chairman Clemens, I think one could plausibly look at this as expanding protections of children as well. Obviously, our good friend from Knox County raised the issue of treating a student unfairly because the student has blue hair. That would be another added protection. Obviously, a student's size, whether the student is overweight or skinny, or whether the student has, a elite athletic ability or is on the slower side of the equation. It covers all of those accidents that are involved with any student, and really just looks at the essence of each child. Each child is unique. Each child is entitled to equal dignity. No child should be treated unfairly on any basis, not just the 13 enumerated in the current language, but on all the other bases to which this type of conduct might possibly attend.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I mentioned, this amendment is not on the bill as adopted by the Senate, and I suspect this would have to go to a conference committee if they don't agree to this. Will the sponsor agree to lay this on the table or whatever the appropriate procedural maneuver is at the time if the Senate does not adopt this amendment?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confident the Senate will adopt the amendment, so I actually have not given that particular issue any thought.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2766 as amended, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 70, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 2766, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most considered table. We'll call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2753, but Chairman Carr, relative to reporting requirements.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2753 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Carr moves passes by executive. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to sponsor for explanation.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill here is a bill for the DAs to report once a year on how many different cases they have. It refer how many arrests are referred to the DA, how many arrests are or dismissals are referred, how many arrests led to pretrial diversions, and how many indictments led to plea agreements, trials, or sentences. And it's just a report only. No private information will be given out. It's just for transparency only. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Carr renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Overall, I always appreciate the need for more transparency and data when looking at issues so that we can make the best decisions possible. The one challenge that I have with this legislation is in Section 2. It says the District Attorney's General Conference shall compile a statewide report summarizing the information provided by each district attorney. And when looking up the Tennessee District Attorney General's Conference, it is not a governmental entity. It's actually a nonprofit entity from what I understand it. So is this law intended to tell sort of this conference that is not actually given power sort of through us to compile this report?
Chairman Carr, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is right. They will be bringing the report. They're getting the software ready, and we're getting an extension on that so they can have everything ready. They will report it to the DA's conference. They will report it to, not as the caption says, to the governor or the attorney general, but it be reported to the governor and the both speakers of both houses.
Representative Pearson.
Right, and I understand that, and I was able to read your final bill, and I really do get it. But even when looking up the Tennessee District Attorney General's Conference, it's a .org. It's not a .gov. It's not a governmental entity that we would be prescribing this to, despite the fact that I know 32 District Attorney Generals are participants in it. How, under what authority can we prescribe a nonprofit entity to do sort of this report compared to, say, a district attorney general or sheriffs or people who have constitutionally been created as local subdivisions, political subdivisions of the state?
Chairman Carr.
I don't think I really understood your question, but it will be compiled by, and we have worked with the District Attorney General's conference over there, and they've agreed to do this, and they will, and they have reported a lot of stuff for the district attorneys already, and they will be reporting this, and that's what I have to say on that.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for that answer. And again, my concern with a law like this is us prescribing for a nonprofit entity to do something, right? They are not necessarily run by the Attorney General, this conference, for instance. And so that raises some concerns for me, having this entity, which obviously is comprised of all of our district attorneys, being told to do something. While I'm glad they've already agreed to do it, it makes me think, why do we need a law in order for them to, if they'd be willing to do this just on their own? And so just that way of us writing a law that would have a .org entity to actually do something for the state compared to if they were a function of a department or were already governmental entities or political subdivisions, that would be a little bit more understandable for me compared to a conference that DAs, as I understand it, are voluntarily a part of. That creates some of the challenge for me, but I appreciate you answering. You had something else to add?
Chairman Carr, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They work directly with all the district attorneys, and I believe if you really look, they would be considered probably a governmental agency.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I did look, and I did not see that. They're not under the Attorney General at all. They're a conference. And again, on their website, you know, everything that has a Tennessee.gov, you see our logo on their website. The conference's website does not have that logo. So when you look, you will see that it is not a governmental agency. And that is part of the trouble that I have with this, despite understanding the need for more data and information. Thank you, Speaker.
Chairman Carp,
Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Brickham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2753 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay, 3 present, not voting.
House Bill 2753, having received the constitutional majority, everybody clerk pass without objection. Motion to reconsider is taken. Roll call. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 830 by Representative Cochran and others, a resolution to recognize the Tennessee rifle as the historic rifle of the state of Tennessee.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 0830.
Representative Cochran moves adoption. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HJR 830 recognizes the Tennessee rifle, which is a historic rifle in Tennessee used in the 1800s. It was a muzzle-loading rifle that it was widely used by hunters, trappers, traders, explorers. Its popularity continued into the 20th century. But again, it was used and designed for hunting things like hogs and squirrels and that kind of thing. And again, just a historical artifact that was significant to the founding of our state. With that, I will renew my motion.
Representative Cochran renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're voting on previous question. Representative Sapicki, for what purpose? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we've had a parliamentary inquiry. The question is, if a member speaks out of turn and yells across the floor and impugns the reputation of another member, is that a violation of the rules? Yes, pursuant to Rule 19, that would be a transgression of the rules, which states any member who, in speaking or otherwise, transgresses the rules of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may call such transgressing member to order. If the body were to vote on that for the first time, the member would just forfeit their time. If the member was called to order on the same day, a second time, the member would be limited to 2 minutes in debate for the remainder of this day and the next legislative day. And any member so called to order while limited to 2 minutes in debate, if not allowed by the House to proceed, shall not be recognized for any purpose for the remainder of that day or the next legislative day.
All right, we're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Dogged aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 830 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 19 nays.
House Joint Resolution 830, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion for exterior table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2055 by Representative Eldridge relative to property taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2769.
Representative Eldridge moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2769, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2769 on third and final consideration.
Representative Eldridge moves passage of Senate Bill 2769 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Eldridge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes from the assessors of property, and it does basically three things. It authorizes the assessor to determine permanent values records. It will allow for tax maps and other documents to be electronically scanned by the Register of Deeds office using the funds allocated to preserve permanent value records that have originated in the assessor's office. It will clarify for the assessors how to deal with movable structures that are constitutionally required to be assessed based on their use. And it will also authorize a continuous review cycle for visual inspection. And this will allow for counties to save money when the State Board of Equalization approves its use. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Eldridge renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2769 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, 1 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 2769, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for exterior table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2304 by Representative Fritz relative to the Department of Safety.
Representative Fritz, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2304 on third and final consideration.
Representative Fritz moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does rewrite the bill. We'll defer to Representative Fritz for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized. Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Colleagues, this bill simply adds in some criteria for us to be able to track illegal alien activity in the state of Tennessee. This is a bill that I've worked closely with the Department of Safety with the intent to develop a piece of legislation so that our local law enforcement can report those interfaces with illegal aliens
and it gives the flexibility for our local law enforcement and our Department of Safety to develop the most effective and efficient method for the monthly reports and the reporting criteria. It does require all law enforcement agencies in the state to document their interactions with illegal aliens and submit that documentation to our Department of Safety on a monthly basis. It requires the Department of Safety to do the following: to develop a standardized reporting format for these law enforcement agencies and to use in reporting these interactions, as well as confiscate any fake or false identifications that are found during the interfaces. And to use these monthly reports to compile an annual report on illegal alien presence and activity in the state, to share this data with the TBI, and to submit this report to the General Assembly by December 1 of each year, or at the request of the Speaker of the House or the Senate. Why is this legislation needed? The Congressional Committee on Homeland Security reporting that U.S. Customs and Border Patrol had 6.2 million encounters with illegal aliens in 2023. And during that time, another 1.7 million illegal aliens evaded U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and entered the United States. Once within the United States, these illegal immigrants can go anywhere. With Tennessee having 7 interstates and being within an 8-hour drive of more than 60% of the population centers of the country, the likelihood of these illegals coming into or through our state is high. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Representative Fritz renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like a lot of my colleagues here, I have serious ethical and practical concerns with this bill. This bill perpetuates harmful stereotypes, it scapegoats immigrant communities, and especially for thousands of immigrants who are entangled in our deeply flawed immigration system, this bill is problematic. I wanted to elevate the current issues with our immigration system that I think will provide some light, and then a question for you, Representative Fritz. The nation's immigration court system is staring at a mountain of pending immigration cases nearing almost 2 million people, the largest in the past decade. Because of the massive backlog, immigrants wait an average of 1,600 days, or more than 4 years, before a hearing in an immigration court. 1 in 6 immigrants in pending asylum cases are still waiting for their hearing to be scheduled. And I say these facts because it's important to highlight just how flawed our immigration system is, but how someone who might be entangled and the consequence of this bill, the situation is incredibly dire. So I wanted to provide a scenario for Representative Fritz. So we have an immigrant family who's been here for a few weeks. They have an appointment scheduled to enter into the asylum process, which is the legal way to do this. But they're pulled over in rural upper northeast Tennessee, and they're not able to speak the language of the police officer. So my question for you is how does this piece of legislation ensure the protection and safety of this family who are legally doing the right thing in this country?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I would offer that much of what you described, Representative, is a result of the failures of the federal government to maintain that southern border. And I would offer to you that much of what has resulted in an introduction of misery upon many peoples from all over the world is a result of Mr. Biden not enforcing the border. And I would offer further that his failure to enforce the border and the federal government's failure to uphold their constitutional duty has not only resulted in the possibility of harm to our Tennesseans, but it's also put those poor people who have illegally come across the border in much harm's way to the cartels and to the drugs and the human trafficking that goes on. I would offer, having been to Northeast Tennessee many, many times and having worked there for a long time, In Northeast rural Tennessee, we speak English just like we do in Nashville. And so those folks that perhaps can't seem to understand, I'm addressing the question. I would offer that they should be able to communicate their status very simply to those folks that are in law enforcement in Northeast Tennessee. I have a great deal of confidence in our law enforcement, and not only Northeast Tennessee, but as far as Memphis.
Representative Jones, for what purpose?
I want to call the member to order under Rule 19. He was not on the bill, and I believe that we've been trying to get people to stay on the bill. And so under Rule 19, fear-mongering about people not speaking English has nothing to do with this legislation.
Representative Jones, you can come up to the, if you have a question, you come up here. You don't do it from your desk. If you want to come up and have your point of order at the desk, please come forward. You can come forward. No, sir, you can come forward to the clerk's desk. Mr. Representative Jones, once again, you address it at the clerk's desk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a couple parliamentary inquiries. The first question was, what does a member do to try to, if they feel like they're not being recognized for a point of order? The Speaker recognizes members on the floor. The member should continue to seek recognition for a point of order. The second question is, once the member is recognized for a point of order, is the member who is currently has the floor, do they have to stop speaking and we address the point of order? The answer is yes. Once a member is recognized for a point of order, then they will approach the well with the two leaders pursuant to our rules, and the member who had the floor must stop speaking while that process goes forward.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Speaker.
Sorry, hang on. We'll go back to Representative Bain. I thought we were done. All right, Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So before the interruption, this is a bill that I think we as a community, we as a body, there's a much better way to use our taxpayer dollars, administrative oversight. We should be investing that in infrastructure. We should be investing that in more pathways for legal representation, helping people move fairly throughout the immigration system, and not scapegoating immigrants and making it harder for our immigrant families to live here. And in my last few minutes, I never thought I'd be quoting Ronald Reagan. Yes, that's for you, Representative Barrett. But here we are. Each generation of new Americans is one of the most important sources of America's greatness. We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. With that, I ask my colleagues to support this quote from your favorite President, Ronald Reagan, and to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And to my colleague from Kingston, there's a lot of things we can agree on, particularly related to environmental justice and things like this. But legislation that I believe continues to promote a very dangerous narrative of xenophobia is not one of the things that I can agree on. When we think about the work that our local law enforcement agencies need to be prioritizing, it is the issues related to violence and crime. It's looking at ways to make our communities safer and working with our other institutions of government to do so. They are not intended to serve as ICE agents. That is not why they were designed or developed. And legislation after pieces of legislation are continuously being put forward by this body that perpetuate a very harmful narrative that is anti-immigrant and that is xenophobic and that is harmful. Part of that is because the information that folks are using is wrong. You use part of the notes about the millions of people who have come to our borders and are now a part of our country, but you fail to speak about Title 42 related to COVID-19, which was why there was a reduction in the number of people who would come and seek asylum in our country. People believe for some reason that previous presidents actually sent more people away. Under the previous administration, annually, about 80,000 people were sent out of our country, compared to roughly 33 to 35,000 a year by the Biden administration. It's not that substantially different. There are some real issues that we need to deal with to address the crises that we have for people who are seeking asylum and are seeking to make this place their home. But by telling our local law enforcement agents that they need to become tools of the federal government is not the appropriate response. One of the things that I read, Representative, in the fiscal note for this legislation that I think is important for all of us to understand are just a couple of things. One, law enforcement agencies do not currently keep any records of interactions with members of the public. It's unclear how a law enforcement officer is to know or determine the immigration status of any given individual with whom the officer interacts. Local law enforcement officers currently document reports of crimes and investigative activity solely. They continued in this related to your legislation based on information provided by the Tennessee Sheriff's Association. The only practical current method of determining a person's immigration status is to fingerprint the individual and send it to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Local law enforcement officers do not have real-time access to ICE databases. It goes further and says, given these challenges, it's assumed that the legislation will require such reporting on interactions with individuals that are determined to be, quote unquote, illegal through normal existing processes, namely in the process of investigating crimes. What this legislation seeks to do is currently impossible without interaction with ICE, which could only happen if a local law enforcement agency has a 270G memorandum of understanding. Again, the effects of this legislation are more in the messages that it sends that are anti-immigrant, the messages that it sends and that it supports about people who are from different countries seeking asylum and seeking to come to this country in need because of the problems that they are facing. It is turning them into some form of an enemy. And I hear, and Representative, you said this several times, you're worried about the crime that is being committed by people and folks being in harm's way. But I'm very deeply worried about the crime that is committed in our community by Tennesseans. I'm very worried about gun violence, and we've spoken about that before. I'm very worried about the issues that we do have in our community and want to see us prioritize the violence happening by white supremacists, the violence happening by people who should have access to weapons. I want us to prioritize those problems rather than turning people who are immigrants who do commit fewer crimes than people who are citizens, according to research done by Stanford University professors. I want to prioritize those issues instead of sending these terrible and awful and hate-filled and vile signals to people who are immigrants in our communities. That is why I will not support this legislation and ask that you don't either.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the members' comments. I would just offer that we agree that the violence and crime is a problem in our nation. But that's not really the specific topic of this bill. The specific topic of this bill is to develop a method so that we do gather data and we are able to share intelligence across the state for those that do commit violent and egregious crimes within the state of Tennessee. And so with that, I'd renew my motion.
Representative Powell.
Hey, I'm up, guys. Thank you. So, as someone that proudly represents a community here in Tennessee with a lot of immigrants, I wanted to bring up an important point that's been made, but I want to reiterate it. It says in your bill here that we report on interactions that involve what would allege to be, or people might think, are immigrants. And the serious problem with that is, there's multiple problems, but the biggest problem is that if you in law enforcement want to be successful when you are prosecuting crimes, you need the help oftentimes of that community to be successful in addressing those crimes. And so if you now have a piece of legislation, a bill, where the community is suspicious of law enforcement because they are afraid that they are going to be reported and counted, that is a serious issue and derails the greatest asset you have in law enforcement, which is the cooperation of the community where these crimes happen. So that's the first point. The second point is, it's already mentioned, but
These communities do not have 287G programs. So the inability to be able to decipher properly whether or not these are truly immigrants who are not here legally is impossible in most communities. So then what are you left to do? They have to make what is a discriminatory conclusion based upon very little. Very little. So we are now doing something in our state through this law discriminatory against these communities. And these reports are going to be wildly inaccurate. But when you are creating multiple situations that you have to draw a conclusion based upon no evidence, and you can't corroborate that information, that's a serious issue. And again, all we're getting back here is just some data points and some reports, but these reports are inaccurate. So this isn't going to paint the true picture. The third point I want to make here is that the important contributions that our immigrant communities make to the state of Tennessee, particularly to the city of Nashville and other cities, is extremely important to the success of our state. You are sending a message not just to the immigrant communities, the brown folks who we're going to discriminate against, but to other nations that have major businesses and major corporations that are looking at setting up shop in our state. So instead of passing a bill or working on a solution, we're creating more problems. We're passing an unfunded mandate. And I don't want to get off topic. I know you did a little bit with the administration, but there's been efforts to solve the immigration crisis. That's been stopped. Wasn't stopped by my folk. Wasn't stopped by my folk. So I hope members will vote against this bill. It's discriminatory, it creates stereotypes, and it's unproductive for law enforcement to box themselves out of being able to have the support of the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your comments. Again, I think probably off the topic of the bill just a little bit, but I'll address a couple things you mentioned, sir. Wildly inaccurate would be the report. That is not a very flattering remark about our law enforcement agencies and our Department of Safety and their ability to work this out. I have high confidence that my sheriff's departments and chiefs and police departments and my Department of Safety can develop something that's very worthwhile. So you and I may disagree there. I'm confident in them, and perhaps you're not. The other thing I would offer is the premise of some of your comments, and I've offered this before, is in error, because the folks that we're talking about here are not immigrants, they're illegals. And some folks have a hard time accepting that, but I too, like most of y'all, am a result of an immigration to this country. I can go back to the first Fritz that signed in on a ship's manifest that come here from Germany. So I understand immigration, have the complete family history tracked up through that time. And it is important, and we should embrace that so long as folks use the door and don't try to kick in the window. With that, I'll renew my motion.
All right. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2304 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 22 nays.
House Bill 2304 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Let the journal reflect Representative Travis is excused. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2386 by Representative Gant and others relative to warrants.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2386 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and refer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is brought from our district attorneys, and over 300 Tennessee citizens are killed every year by alcohol and drug impaired drivers because evidence of alcohol and drugs metabolizes and dissipates from the bloodstream quickly. This bill makes multiple changes to the existing law that will provide for a timelier, more efficient collection of blood evidence to support the effective prosecution of DUI, vehicular assault, and vehicular homicide offenses. First, the bill expands a law enforcement officer's authority to ask a judge to execute a warrant for evidence of a driver's blood or drug content anywhere in the state. Second, this bill will give all magistrates the same statewide authority as circuit and chancery judges to issue warrants to recover evidence located anywhere in the state, provided at least one element of the crime occurred within their jurisdiction. Third, this legislation will encourage hospitals and healthcare providers to draw a blood sample as soon as practicable when presented with a search warrant for the blood sample. Fourth, this legislation also provides that if a law enforcement officer obtains a warrant for any residual portion of the hospital-drawn blood sample during treatment, then the sample shall be provided to law enforcement officer as soon as practicable. Finally, this bill clarifies and confirms that the subsequent testing of a lawfully procured blood sample is a reasonable search for all constitutional and evidentiary purposes and does not require a further search warrant or court order. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Gant, for bringing this bill. Can only imagine what you and your family's been through, and you have been in our prayers throughout this time. Just one quick question. Would this allow law enforcement to retain DNA from these blood samples?
Representative Gant.
No.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Kumara. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
74, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2386 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
78, 16 nays.
House Bill 2386 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2610 by Representative Garrett relative to human rights. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2503.
Representative Garrett moves to substitute and form of Senate Bill 2503. Following second without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2503 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2503 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this bill does, House Bill 2610, Senate Bill 2503, is ask the Human Rights Commission, along with the Attorney General, to do a feasibility study, report back to us in January of merging that commission under our Attorney General's office. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I'll renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And I won't call previous question because I think the sponsor
Did I hear
is able
previous
to answer.
question called? That was a proper motion. Representative Pearson, please be careful when you speak. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
I'm always careful, but I said some words before that so that I wouldn't be able to call. When you say words before previous question, you
Well,
can't
Representative
call
Pearson,
for
you
it.
don't hear all words, but you do hear those 2 words, so I'll be careful. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
I'll be careful speaking and you be careful listening, and together we'll get to the right
Representative
movement.
Pearson's out of order. Out of order. Sit down, please. Representative Clemens, you're recognized. Representative Clemens. Point of order. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we had a parliamentary inquiry from Representative Pearson as to why he was called to order. And the answer is Rule 18, after recognition by the Speaker, the member shall proceed with making remarks which strictly conform to the question under debate and avoid all personalities.
Ooh. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question was, I know that originally this bill was eliminating the Human Rights Commission and folding it under the Attorney General and Reporter's Office. And this is, you have amended this to simply study the possibility of that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The original bill didn't eliminate the Human Rights Commission at all. It just reconstituted it, put it underneath the Attorney General's office. All the amendment does, which rewrites the bills, is just says, hey, Human Rights Commission and the Attorney General, y'all get together, look at this, see if it's feasible that this Human Rights Commission can be under the Office of the Attorney General. And that's all the piece of legislation does.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so my question then is, what is the intent for this? What was the need or what was going on that you saw that we might need to do this?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the Human Rights Commission has an important function. I believe they investigate matters of folks that have been discriminated against as it relates to housing, as it relates to anything else that someone feels they may be discriminated against. They can have someone to go to address their grievances. I think it needs the power, the breadth, the experience of the Office of the Attorney General to overlook legitimate claims and pursue those on behalf of all Tennesseans so discrimination can be gotten rid of in this state. So who better to have our chief law enforcement's office to look at all claims, all legitimate claims, investigate those claims to the end to make sure that we can eliminate any type of discrimination in the state of Tennessee.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, and I understand that intent, and I understand the Attorney General will be the one prosecuting or hopefully prosecuting any such claims or violations of anyone's human rights. My concern is, again, even studying the feasibility of this, is the signal we're sending because, the Human Rights Commission as an independent commission has the ability to look into a whole lot of things. It's not constrained by any particular area or scope of anything, and they can raise attention to a lot of different issues. Whereas I fear if it goes under the Attorney General or Reporter's Office, then you're going to have more of a narrowed focus, so to speak, or somewhat selective idea about what to pursue or where to look for certain things. And I've just become more and more concerned as to that office is intended to be under our Constitution, an independent body. It's non-political, nonpartisan. The Attorney General Reporter's Office appointed by the Supreme Court. But I've just become increasingly concerned about the politically partisan nature of that office here in recent years and whether or not this might result in their limiting the scope of prosecutions of things that do violate people's human rights. And so that's my concern with the legislation. I appreciate that you have pared it back to study the feasibility rather than going ahead and folding it under. But that's my overarching concern. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman Clemens, I respect your comments. However, I think when someone commits a crime, it's no difference if it's a Republican committing that crime or if it's a Democrat committing that crime or an independent. Our breadth, power, and purview of our Attorney General needs that enforcement for all Tennesseans that just tries to break our laws to make sure we bring the power of the state to say that's not going to happen in the state of Tennessee. So I'm not worried about whether or not our Attorney General looks at any political skew of anyone. He and his office under this piece of legislation is going to investigate every piece of discrimination of someone that commits that crime here in the state of Tennessee. And there's nobody better to do it than our chief law enforcement of the state.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's therein the concern. I mean, that's the job. That's his job or her job. But the Human Rights Commission's job is to promote and look for and do a whole host of other things that are not prosecutorial. And so it if it only becomes this singular focus and limited focus in any way by the person who's charged with prosecuting those crimes, I just think it's two separate entities. They have two very different roles and they can complement each other. But by folding them under, I'm worried that the Human Rights Commission in itself will be limited in some capacity from what it is today, because it is going to be left to the discretion of the Attorney General and reporter. It's not about any of the things that you said. It's just about limiting that Human Rights Commission's functionality because it is broad, as it should be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's the exact reason why they need to get together, see if this works, and we'll see what happens after this report is published.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. Looking at the legislation in section 1A, it says the Attorney General and reporter shall conduct a review of the responsibilities and functions of the Human Rights Commission and make a recommendation to the General Assembly as to how the Attorney General and reporter could assume the responsibilities and functions of the Human Rights Commission. It sounds as if it's already a assumed position that the Attorney General should take on these responsibilities, and he's just going to report how he could. Is there a provision in the bill or in the conversations or in the legislative intent of this bill that the AG could research, and after the research determine, you know what, the Human Rights Commission doing a great job, this office does not need to assume those responsibilities? Because I think the danger is there's a presumption that the office does need to be assumed, and this report will already go ahead and indicate that.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the very reason for the report. Certainly, it could come back in the Attorney General's office in conjunction with the assistance and cooperation of the Human Rights Commission and say, there's no need for this, and here are the reasons why. Instead of, I don't want just a blanket reason as to why or why not. My hope under the intent of the legislation is there's reasons for or reasons against moving the Human Rights Commission under the AG's office. And if it decides one way or the other, there's got to be legislation that does that, where we can debate all these issues that we're debating now if the AG's office decides that it's appropriate or if the AG office decides if it's inappropriate. We will make those decisions in the next legislative session under a piece of legislation to decide whether or not it goes underneath their office.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's my concern, is that I hear your point, I hear what you're saying, but the bill does not, from what I'm reading, allow for the AG to come back and say, I don't need to, or the office does not need to assume the Human Rights Commission work. And if that report does come back like that, I would think that the only bill we need to run is one commending them for their work, because they would still be a separate entity. So that's my concern about this, is that there's already a presumed belief based upon the language that the report comes back to assume on how the reporter, an AG, could assume responsibilities and functions. There's no place in there, unless, of course, you'd like to take an amendment.
Representative Garrett.
Spell it out clearly.
Again, an assumption is premature under the piece of legislation. If you are making an assumption, doesn't automatically mean that the AG is going to make an assumption under the paragraph that you're speaking to. The point of the legislation is to determine whether or not this is appropriate. If that office, in conjunction with the cooperation of the Human Rights Commission, decides that it's not, I don't know what piece of legislation it would be moot at that point. There would be no legislation confirming where we sit today. I believe the only legislation that could come is if this makes sense, it's feasible, they don't narrow the scope, they don't reduce its responsibilities, they keep the same breadth, the same power, the same scope of what the Human Resource Commission does, and make sure that they investigate wholeheartedly legitimate claims of discrimination, so people will realize that we're serious about people that discriminate against others, which should stop. You give that investigation the power of our Attorney General's office. My hope is, my intent with this legislation is discrimination claims will be minimized in the state of Tennessee, because they would not want to go up against the office of the Attorney General.
Representative Jones.
We heard this bill in Government Operations Committee, and I have similar questions and concerns to share on the House floor, is that Governor Frank Clement signed into existence the Human Relations Commission over 60 years ago. It has existed for 60 years. Is there anything in your mind to the sponsor that would bring about the need to even study bringing this commission under the Attorney General? Have they done anything wrong in your view? Have they done anything that needs to have more efficiency? What is the reasoning that you believe that we should move them under another office when they've been successful and been useful for 60 years and done their job without any issue?
Representative Garrett.
I had a similar bill today that looked at a statute that's been on the books for over 100 years. There's times that we need to look at things to make sure that they still make sense, right? And I believe that makes sense now. If this law's been here, if the Human Rights Commission has been in existence 60 years, there is absolutely nothing wrong with taking a look at does something else work? Can we make it better? Can we eliminate those folks that believe that discrimination should exist, which it absolutely should not? Will it deter any future people from discriminating against someone on whatever basis they want to discriminate against? So I don't believe that it's unreasonable to take a look at this particular piece of legislation, which all it's doing is seeing if the Human Rights Commission makes sense to put the power, purview, and scope of what our Office of the Attorney General could do to face legitimate claims of discrimination and root those out.
Representative Jones.
I mean, what seems unreasonable, sponsor, is to put the Office of Human Rights charged with investigating cases of discrimination under the Office of an Attorney General who has been complicit in discrimination when it comes to LGBTQ Tennesseans, when it comes to Black and brown Tennesseans, when it comes to those who believe in diversity. This Attorney General has been an opponent, a fierce opponent of a more diverse and equal state. And to put it under his office seems to be contradictory to the charge that this commission was set up with investigating and enforcing. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Why would we put this office under a man who has been explicitly and blatantly and hostile to communities who come from diverse backgrounds? Why do you think it should go under Attorney General's committee?
Representative Garrett.
I can't, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak to your personal vendetta against the Attorney General for why you believe that he will not enforce laws that he swears an oath in his office to uphold and prosecute on behalf of all Tennesseans. I can't speak to your problems with what he has. You will be able to do that if the bill comes next year and speak on that. But all this is studies the possibility. But I can't speak to your political points about whether or not you feel the AG is the appropriate person or his office the appropriate person to make sure the people of Tennessee are not discriminated against.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. It is not a personal vendetta. It is a concern for my constituents who are transgender, who he looked at their medical records, my constituents who are Black and brown, who he went after diversity and hiring from businesses, my constituents who are immigrants, who he continues to rail against. That is who these concerns are about. It's not a personal vendetta. This is about policies rooted in discrimination. And I think that this Attorney General has strayed, is the most extreme Attorney General that we've seen in a generation, and stands in a shameful legacy of those who came before who believed in segregated schools and that not all people were to be treated equally. And so I'm very concerned with us, again, putting this office under a man who is an enemy of multiracial democracy. And so also we're here as a co-equal branch of government. We're not here to be best friends with the Attorney General. We're here to be a check on his power. We are not here to be going golfing and hunting. Whatever y'all want to do, go ahead and do that. But we're here to hold them accountable and make sure that they're doing their jobs. We're not here to make friends, Representative Garrett. We're here to make change for our districts. And so when we call out the Attorney General, it is in line with our duty to hold the executive branch and any other branches of government accountable as a separate co-equal branch of government. I take that seriously. I don't know if we all do here. But this Attorney General has not done his job. He strayed from his mandate. He has strayed from the founder's vision that an Attorney General would be set up as an independent, non-political executive function, which is why he's appointed by the Supreme Court and not by this body or by voters. And so what we have to ask ourselves is, why are we allowing a man who is so partisan, so political, be over investigating that impacts such vulnerable communities, those who are discriminated against? And we know, again, I got 30 seconds, and so I'll just end by saying this. You've said we don't want discrimination in this state. We want to address discrimination. To the sponsor, you don't need a bill in the Tennessee House of Representatives. What you need is a mirror, my friend. Thank you so much.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, Representative Jones, I appreciate your comments. You seem to enjoy disparaging members left and right, and that's your choice. That is your choice to sit there and not want to work with anyone on this floor with comments that you make both on the mic and off the mic. That is your choice. I'm not taking that choice. I will be glad to sit with you, speak with you, talk with you, and understand what your constituents want, just like what my constituents want. And comments like that are inappropriate. They do nothing to further anyone's cause. And so I would just look to say that your personal vendetta to a man that's done nothing but swear an oath to make sure the laws of this state are upheld, and the power of his office to make sure that no one stands in a pulpit like this or in a microphone that you have, the distinct pleasure and honor that you have to represent your folks, and all you want to do is disparage folks on this floor. That's not what I stand for. That's not what I was sent here to do. That's not what the folks of the 45th District elected me to do, was to come down here and make comments like you make every single day when you're here. So I would encourage you, you don't have to agree. We can not agree and be not disagreeable. I think there's opportunities for us to work together for the common good. Comments like that doesn't say that's why you're here, and that's a real shame. And so this is an important piece of legislation to see what we can do to further, to try and prevent those. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like back in the day when we had folks that couldn't go certain place just because of their color. I couldn't imagine that. That's an awful, awful part of our history. It really is. And so when we have a commission that's deemed, that's empowered to make sure people never feel that way again, and I hope they don't. I never want to see that type of activity again in this state and across this country. Comments like that doesn't help your cause. It doesn't help our cause. It doesn't help any common cause that we can share together. Nothing helps that. So when we make the scope and power of the investigatory side of our state with our Attorney General's office, despite your personal issues with him or her, in any given day, in any given time, we have to make sure that we have the opportunity to make sure no one in the state of Tennessee is ever marginalized again. And this is one way that we could potentially help. And I would welcome your help in that effort.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, tell me this, if you can. Well, first, obviously, we are certainly on the same page as it relates to there should be no discrimination in this state or in this country, certainly. And where we find it, we should rule it out and prosecute it to the fullest extent of the law. No question about that. And we want to be effective. What I'm interested in is the Human Rights Commission now, as they speak, do you know what their volume of activity is every year, annually? How much activity are they handling every year?
Representative Garrett.
Representative Towns, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question, but I don't want to say exactly because I'm on the Budget Committee. I did hear their particular presentation. They do hear thousands of complaints. A lot of those are dismissed. They're frivolous. They don't have facts behind them. So I don't want to quote you a certain amount, but there are certainly a lot of claims, and a lot of those tend to not be credible claims for discrimination. But there are a lot that they handle. There's no doubt. I just don't want to put a number on that because I'm not exactly sure, but I know there's thousands.
Representative Towns.
No problem. So what about the Attorney General's office? What's their volume of activity? What do you think they're having? Ballpark, or what do you think they're having?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question, Representative Towns. I have no point of reference on how many cases that the Attorney General, because they have DAs in every single county, they cover all the courts, they would have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of cases that the Attorney General's office handles.
Representative Towns.
So what that means, obviously, and I know the volume is going to be immense with both sides. If we add what we're doing on the Human Commission side, Human Rights Commission side, to the Attorney General's side, in order for them to be effective and efficient, we're going to have to make sure that we hire more people, a lot more people, to hear those cases in a timely manner. Now, this case study, hopefully, obviously has to reveal that we're going to need more activity in order that justice is not denied or prolonged and therefore denied to whoever there may be a complaint against. So are we preparing to do that as well? If that case comes out that if the study finds that we should merge?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's part of the study, right? That's part of what the Attorney General's office wants to look upon to make sure this is feasible. Is there going to be a certain amount of time for transition purposes? Will cases not be ignored if there's a transition and it's not simply an intentional ignoring of these cases, but it's just the transition, can it work? The budgeted dollars wouldn't change, right? For whatever is funded for the Human Resource Commission, I would believe wouldn't change even if it was under the AG's office. But all those points, all those purviews, all that, those questions is the purpose of this study. And it very well could come back that this is not going to be feasible. And we're having a debate on something that may never happen, right?
Representative Towns.
Absolutely. That's what we do, I guess, down here, sometimes to a fault. But in the event that it does, we got to make sure, certainly, that there are enough resources so that the citizens of the state of Tennessee can have their cases heard in a timely manner. And the other thing I would ask that we make sure is that, it's real difficult for someone to feel comfortable if the police is investigating itself. We got to make sure people feel comfortable if the Attorney General has to investigate itself. That would be my biggest rub, or one of my biggest rub. People don't like to go to the source that they may figure that the harm has emanated from and investigate themselves to a fault and feel as if they're going to get the right answer or get a fair answer is what we want, not the right answer, but a fair answer. So that's something we really, really have to look at to make sure there are guidelines put in place to make sure that it's done fairly when it's one of my guys in my office, somebody I like, I've worked with for a long time, and may run afoul of the policy, of the rules, of the laws. How do I get a fair shake at that particular point?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I've understood your point or your question is that there would have to, in order for this to work, Representative Towns, it can't be a one-sided investigation at all. There's got to be that neutrality that can take both sides, take the credible evidence on this side, weigh it with the law, weigh it with the facts, and make an appropriate step if that allegation is credible to move that case forward. And it's my opinion that our Office of the Attorney General would provide that particular piece of neutrality of that investigation where we can make sure these claims get the attention legitimate claims get the attention that they deserve.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very brief because I think maybe, Ms. Sponsor, you've answered the questions that I had. I will re-ask, is there any count, any number of cases at this point that can be identified as those who were discriminated against?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not, with all due respect, Representative Shaw, I think I answered your question, but there's too many. Right now, there's too many cases, too many allegations, too many calls on someone that they think have been discriminated against. And so this is the purpose why I want to bring this particular piece of legislation to see if this could act as some sort of deterrence for folks knowing that if they have made an allegation of discrimination and it's credible and it's going to be investigated, it's going to have the full weight and strength of our Attorney General's office that kind of conduct is unacceptable in the state of Tennessee. So I don't have an exact number of how many claims are filed that turned into a case of discrimination, but those cases need to cease. That's my intent of this legislation, is if, and I'm making this up, if that number is 100 cases of an alleged claim of discrimination that was credible, that we put that number to 0, because people do not want to go up against the Attorney General of any state. That's the purpose of this feasibility study, to see if that makes sense.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate that, having the challenges I've faced in life. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate your passion. I guess the only final thing I would say is, are we going to be willing, because I think one other person brought this out, are we going to be willing to provide the resources that the Attorney General might come back and ask for? Because I know now they're overbooked. We already know that. We get that every year, that they need more help and more resources. So when this come about, will we be willing to provide the resources? Because I think that's what they'll need, resources and bodies to get this done, so we can prevent exactly what you're saying, all of that discrimination. That, because over the years, as you know, this has been an ongoing thing, and we really haven't done anything about it. So I'm willing to see something done, but I think we got to make sure we provide those resources. So with that, I'll sit down, let you make a comment.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even though I believe me and you both are on Budget Committee, and if this is something that the Attorney General's office believes is feasible, I would hope there'd be no less dollar that would be provided, that's already provided to the Human Rights Commission, that would be provided for his office to enforce any allegation of discrimination. So I don't believe we would have a budget problem whatsoever. I certainly wouldn't vote for reducing the amount that we already spend for the Human Rights Commission if it did fall under the Attorney General's office. So with that, I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2503, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 2503, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2618 by Representative Gillespie, relative to nonprofit organizations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2561.
Representative Gillespie moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2561, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2561 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage of Senate Bill 2561 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keisling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. We'll defer to Representative Gillespie for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keisling moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is about nonprofits and DA's office. As you may know, DA's offices regularly enter into contracts and MOUs with nonprofits that are required by law, such as child advocacy centers and other organizations. Additionally, they can enter into what's called elective contracts and MOUs with nonprofits that consult and provide a variety of services outside their core mission. Some of these organizations in this state are promoting topics or issues related to the bail system, known as cashless bail and other restorative justice concepts. This bill that I'm presenting today focuses only on elective contracts and MOUs that those DA offices are considering. This bill will require that outside groups who voluntarily partner with our DAs to disclose their donors, or the top 5% of their donors, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives or the Lieutenant Governor when asked. And this will allow the public essentially to know who's paying to make transformational changes to our justice system occurring outside of this legislative body and this legislative process. And I'll add that the DA's conference is deferred on this bill. And with that, I welcome any questions and renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There is objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor, previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. So we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2561 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Campers, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 22 nays.
Senate Bill 2561 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most for serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2378 by Representative Haynes relative to health care.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2378 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves passage upon second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Freeman, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm out of order, but I'd like to recognize Hannah Kate McFadden. Some of you may remember over the years her coming down here talking to us about signing an elected officials pledge. This young lady, who's now a sophomore in high school, has been doing this for 6 years. 6 years trying to bring civility back to politics. She's got a candidate pledge and an elected officials pledge. And I couldn't be more proud to know her. So let's all recognize Hannah Kate.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2378 is a new federal regulation that states if a college offers an LPN program in a length longer than the minimum set by a state statute or regulatory board, then the entire program no longer qualifies for any federal Title IV financial aid. This change will impact all of the LPN programs operated by our TCATs. TBR's LPN programs are 1,296 hours in length, and the current minimum number of required hours set by the Tennessee Board of Nursing is 980 hours. This legislation simply sets in statute that LPN programs offered by public institutions of higher education must require a minimum of 1,296 hours. Private institutions will still be able to maintain their current curriculum lengths in accordance with the Board of Nursing's rules, which is 980 hours. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And I don't know what happened, but I think your mic kind of went out a little bit there. So this is just for clarification. I see that it says for practical nursing programs offered by a public institution of higher education, the board shall require a minimum of 1,296 clock hours or an equivalent number of credit hours, and that currently is not prescribed in law. And you said that needs to be the minimum for what reason?
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has said that if it's not, then we could lose the ability for the Title IV funding, which would really negatively impact our LPN programs in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for that clarification. And you mentioned something about private schools not having to meet this requirement. Could you just elaborate on that?
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, currently, the Board of Nursing says the minimum has to be 980. So our TCATs exceed that, and we graduate more LPNs from our TCAT programs. But this is going to make sure that the public schools are okay and the private schools are okay as well.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you for being willing to answer the questions. I appreciate those. And with that, I will be willing to support your legislation, but appreciate you answering the questions, which I know you're really able to do.
Representative Towns. Oh, sorry. Chair Lady Hilton Haynes.
Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2378 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Freeman, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
House Bill 2378 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2451 by Representative Leatherwood and others relative to healthcare practice.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2451 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 2 by Chairman Hawk. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Hawk, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In consultation with the sponsor, he asked that this amendment be added to the bill as well. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Representative Hawk moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? See none. Any objection to the question? See none. We're on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Marsh, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Having received constitutional majority, amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2451 deals with providing accurate information to patients in advertising. It simply states that if a provider is using specific specialties in advertising, they should be qualified in those specialties. Another way of saying it, if someone is advertising that they practice dermatology, they should be trained and licensed in dermatology. And that's all the bill does. And with that explanation, I'll answer questions and hope to have your support. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Sherrill, you want to be recognized?
Previous question, please.
Previous question been called. Is there any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2451 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
House Bill 2451 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1893 by Leader Lambert and others relative to franchise taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 2103.
Leader Lambert moves to substitute conform Senate Bill 2103. Body second without objection. So ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 2103 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage of Senate Bill 2103 on third and final consideration. Body second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is admittedly a very complicated issue, and I appreciate the fact that the House has taken its own course on this action, and hopefully we'll hear the House amended version of this legislation in a moment. But first, I want to introduce this amendment. I worked with nationally recognized experts on this issue to whom I address the legal issues. So I want to go through here, do a couple of Q&As on this, just to give people an idea of what this amendment is. This amendment would establish a franchise tax limitation credit in the amount of the difference between the total national franchise tax and the allowable national franchise tax to ensure that a taxpayer does not have to pay franchise taxes that would subject the taxpayer to taxation on more than 100% of either the taxpayer's net worth or the taxpayer's real and tangible personal property. That's a legal issue that has been raised in this matter, and we address it here without a fiscal note whatsoever. And how does this address the legal concerns with the current franchise tax? The credit would shield the interstate business from risk of multiple taxation that the internal consistency doctrine set forth by the U.S. Supreme Court in 7 different cases was designed to prevent. The alternative minimum property measure for the franchise tax arguably creates a risk of multiple taxation. This limitation credit is designed to eliminate that risk. Again, this amendment costs nothing. The fiscal note on this amendment is not significant. It's designed to prevent any multiple taxation that would arise from Tennessee's franchise tax prospectively, as well as to make taxpayers fully whole from multiple taxation that has occurred in open tax years. Right now, the risk of actual multiple taxation is quite low, which means there is little cost in making this change, hence the fiscal note. Would this amendment pass the internal consistency test set forth by the U.S. Supreme Court? Yes. If every state adopted the franchise tax with this amendment, every taxpayer would pay state franchise taxes based on their net worth allowable to each state or on the alternative minimum property measure subject to a tax limitation credit. No taxpayer would be required to pay taxes on more than 100% of their net worth or real or intangible personal property pursuant to the internal consistency test. Interstate and intrastate taxpayers would be taxed equivalently. What about taxpayers with claims under the old franchise tax? If any taxpayer has been subject to discriminatory tax treatment under the Dormant Commerce Clause, this amendment provides the credit retrospectively to ensure any discriminatory taxes collected are fully refunded. It would not issue a refund based on hypothetical damages, as has been proposed by the governor, based on the mere risk of multiple taxation. But it does provide taxpayers with all the process that is due, an opportunity to contest the validity of the tax, and a clear and certain remedy designed to render the opportunity meaningful by preventing any permanent unlawful deprivation of property. Why would we not eliminate the alternative altogether? First, no United States Supreme Court decision prohibits alternative minimum taxes or tax bases. Second, there is no legal justification providing automatic refunds, resulting in windfall awards for taxpayers without viable claims and taxpayers who have suffered no harm based on tax that has not been found unconstitutional. Third, as the Supreme Court found in the Wynn case out of Maryland, corporations also benefit heavily from state and local services, and those services are not free. If 2 businesses each have $10 million in business property deployed across the state, both businesses will likely use Tennessee roads, rely on Tennessee courts, depend on Tennessee's education and workforce development, and so on. There is a sound basis for both to be taxed equally, even if one has financial liabilities exceeding their assets, which would result in $0 in taxes under the net worth measure. Indeed, it is only such interstate activity that triggers the alternative minimum property measure, and it applies identically to companies operating solely in Tennessee as it is to companies operating nationwide. Finally, I'll just wrap this up by saying nationally recognized experts confirm that this amendment would fully address any constitutional concerns about our franchise tax, both prospectively and retrospectively, and would do so at little or no cost to Tennessee taxpayers. And no one has disputed those conclusions. Although the present franchise tax might be susceptible to an argument that it violates a technical interpretation of one tool, being the internal consistency test, that courts sometimes use to evaluate the constitutionality of tax measures, it's highly unlikely that any taxpayers are actually facing the multiple taxation that's a real constitutional concern. With that, I would ask that you adopt this amendment that costs Tennessee taxpayers $0. Thank you.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of personal amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for offering the amendment. And I will admit, similar provisions had been discussed as this bill was being designed. But I will say that I will will disagree very strongly that there's any legal liability to the state of Tennessee right now whatsoever. You and I have discussed this. The franchise and excise tax has actually been on the books since 1935. And as you stated, I mean, it applies to the greater of the business's net worth or the value of the property it uses within the state. No court, period, no court anywhere has found that our law is unconstitutional. The bill you have before you, and the reason that I would oppose your amendment, is simply a policy debate as to whether or not we should cut the franchise tax going forward, making us more competitive to other states to be able to attract businesses and retain businesses. We currently have a look-back window within the franchise and excise tax so that companies can amend those returns. And what we're saying in the House version of this is that that can go back 1 year, and you can get a refund on that amount of about $700 million. Unfortunately, what your amendment would do, in my opinion, would open us up to potentially greater liability than what the actual House bill and the House version of this bill does. And in creating some of those credits, I worry that there might be a way that a business could hoard those and then knock a hole in a future budget. I know that's not your intention, but sir, with that explanation, I would ask that members vote against the potential amendment. The bill that we have addresses everything that you mentioned, and I see no reason to adopt an amendment of this nature.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. And I would just say I appreciate you clarifying that the debate is not over those claims, but your intent of your legislation is to cut or eliminate the franchise tax with your legislation. I just want to make clear that a legal issue, a hypothetical legal issue and threat has been used as the basis to do that in another legislation, not ours. The House version is different. I will give you that. But with regards to your fiscal concerns, according to the fiscal note on this amendment, based on the information provided by the Department of Revenue, due to the limited number of other states with a franchise tax and specific characteristics of such taxes, establishing a prospective tax limitation credit and the amount of the difference between the TNFT and the ANFT will not significantly impact state franchise tax collections. Furthermore, the Department of Revenue is empowered and directed to refund funds all collections. And so all of this says there will be little to no cost to the state. The proposed legislation establishes that if a taxpayer receives a final court decree determining that the franchise tax happened to violate the Commerce Clause by subjecting the taxpayer to multiple taxation, the sole remedy for the taxpayer is the issuance of a tax limitation credit for that year. Therefore, all this was relied upon by our Fiscal Review Committee to find that there is no significant cost on this bill. I appreciate your concern, but there is no threat here to future budgets or present budget. And that's why I have introduced this amendment. This is about fiscal responsibility. If we want to have a straight up debate, which I think is what we're about to have, about whether or not we need to cut the franchise tax or eliminate the franchise tax, I want to be very clear about that. My amendment is purely designed to the original legislation prior to your amendment that is directed target and solely at the governor's proposal. And I think the Senate version of this bill as well, that tries to build that on the basis, build it on a foundation of some legal claim. If people want to bring a legal claim against the state of Tennessee, and I think I agree with you on this, bring it. We don't have to wave a white flag here and throw a couple $1 billion into a problem and codify a refund to private corporations. That's not what we're here to do. That's fiscally irresponsible. And with that, I agree with you. But let's have the debate on whether or not we need to cut the franchise tax. I mean, our state revenues are declining as they are. That's another debate. We'll have that debate on the bill. But thank you. I'd ask you that you adopt this amendment.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Chairman, but the whole premise of the amendment, and I get it, you filed the amendment kind of on the base bill before it came through committee and everything else, but the whole premise of your amendment is that there's going to be some lawsuit out there. I would argue that if we continue down the road where we have good policies, I mean, there's triggering mechanisms in here for the lawsuit and everything else. If we continue to have a good business environment here where we have great policies for businesses to be able to invest, and again, businesses are made up of people. I mean, they're not some amorphous creature out there that's divorced from the reality of the fact that they're owned by people. People work there, and the more we cut taxes, the more that those businesses are going to be able to invest in their own people who are Tennesseans. So I just oppose the amendment, but thank you for bringing it.
Representative Clemens, anything else? Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question on the amendment.
Previous question has been called on the amendment. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question on amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
69, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on amendment number 2. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 25, 68 nays.
Amendment number 2 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is one of the largest tax cuts to business that this state has ever seen or that's ever been on this House floor. And as I stated earlier when we were debating the amendment, when we cut taxes on businesses, those businesses have more money to be able to invest in their employees for raises, to hire additional employees, to grow their businesses here in this state. For years, we have heard from the business community, both dedicated businesses that have resided in this state for decades and new businesses that are being recruited here, that the franchise and excise tax, we are simply out of step with the rest of the country. There are states that our businesses are moving to, and states that are getting businesses that would move to Tennessee because our franchise and excise tax is, quite frankly, outdated. You heard me earlier say that it's been in place since 1935, and it applies to the greater of the business's net worth or the value of the property it uses within the state. That's the balance we're talking about here. Why not just do away with that and go to the net worth, go to a straight, franchise and excise tax like other states have, and just completely avoid this whole conversation of some ghost lawsuit out there. So the moment I signed my name and the assistant leader signed his name to the top of this bill, this has been a policy debate. That's what we're here for. This isn't a court of law. Some folks may want to make it that, but this is a legislative chamber where we make policy decisions. And a good policy for this state is to cut the franchise and excise tax. That's a $400 million tax cut. That's a good thing. And we can afford it within our budget. It fits within a balanced budget. That's a good thing for this state. Specifically within this bill, there is one aspect that you've probably heard about. It's very different from the Senate version. In the House version, if we're going to grant a refund, a rebate back to businesses that have paid in the franchise excise tax, because we're talking about cutting it going forward. If those businesses had known a year ago that we were going to cut this tax, they would have restructured their business. There are literally businesses that decide how much property to have in the state and own in the state based on the fact of how our structure is from a tax standpoint. So we're going to give them a 1-year refund, a 1-year rebate, simply because it's the right thing to do. But if they take advantage of that rebate, it is going to be public that they got a rebate and how much. Now, look, I'm not wild about that, but here's the deal. If we're going to grant taxpayer dollars back to a company that's paid in, then the taxpayers of this state are going to know. They're going to know what name of the company and how much they got just for the last year. Now, going forward, all of that information is completely confidential again, just as it is right now. This is kind of an extraordinary circumstance where we're giving an extraordinary refund back to these businesses. The refund eligibility window is for tax periods that ended on or after March 31st, 2022, and the claims must be filed by February 3rd of next year. Any suits, the chairman mentioned, potential lawsuits or something out there. Any suit that somebody wants to bring against the state of Tennessee has to be brought by February the 3rd of 2025. One way or the other, by February 3rd, we're going to know if some business out there wants to be a bad actor, in my opinion, and sue the good people of this state that have just given them a $400 million tax cut and a $700 million rebate. I would hope and pray that there's not a business out there that would do that would literally try to sue the people of this great state that consistently over and over and over through your voices have continued to cut taxes and be good partners with these businesses. That's what we want to be going forward, is just good partners. So my hope is that there's not a single business that would possibly sue us, but if they do, they got to do it by February 3rd of next year. The Attorney General will have to approve that process with F&A and with the governor's office. And if someone gets a rebate, then they absolutely have to agree and sign a waiver that they're not going to sue this state. So if you're getting a $400 million tax cut going forward and a $700 million tax cut for the last year, which, by the way, is about $800 million cheaper than the Senate version, then you're going to have to sign a waiver saying, okay, We're square on any argument that anybody might have in court, which I'll agree with the chairman on this 100%. If somebody sues this state, they better bring a lunchbox, because I guarantee you the Attorney General's office is going to fight it every step of the way. We don't want to be in that position. There's not a position, the time that I want to be in a big, massive lawsuit with a bunch of businesses in the state of Tennessee. So hopefully we're avoiding that and nobody will do that. There's some stuff here on ECD credits. If you've got an ECD credit, then the refund will be defrayed by that amount. I just think that's good public policy. And then if you want to stay under the current structure for valuation purposes, then we have some language in here that would allow for that. And there's a severability clause. So that's the basics of this bill. At its core, it's a pretty simple bill. It's one of the biggest tax cuts to business that you'll probably ever see in your time in the legislature for as long as you may serve here. Certainly one of the biggest ones I've seen, and it's really good public policy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and to sponsor and others who support this legislation. I do not believe this is a good piece of legislation, because I do not believe that companies and corporations need a $400 million tax cut or a $700 million rebate. Actually, I think our constituents and citizens need that. This is money that could do things like some of us have advocated for, which is to make sure every child in every school gets breakfast and lunch. This could help to solve a housing crisis that we are experiencing, especially in larger cities. These resources could be invested into our communities rather than giving tax cuts and rebates to corporations for no good policy reason nor legal reason, according to what the sponsor mentioned initially. I could understand if it was a legal problem that folks were trying to get around, that this is partly why this decision is being made, but we're just doing this because we think we have the money to spend. We think we have the resources to give away to these corporations and these companies in our state. This is ridiculous. We need to use taxpayer money on taxpayers and people across our state. 1 in 8 children are going to bed hungry at night. 300,000 people do not have access to health care. People consistently live in fear about whether or not they're going to lose their home and being unhoused. And the decision that we make is to give a $700 million rebate to corporations? That is not good policy. That is not good or thoughtful decision making. Taxpayer dollars need to go to investing in the people who are paying the taxes. Those are our constituents who in this state are struggling, and many of them struggling financially and economically because of capitalistic exploitation by many corporations. This does not make any sense that we would take $700 million, $400 million annually, and give it as a tax cut to corporations instead of ensuring that the roads that many of those companies use remain paved, ensuring that the public utilities that many of those corporations will call on if they have an accident, they'll call 911, they'll call for an ambulance. Those are the resources that tax dollars pay for. This isn't going to stimulate more business. I disagree. Trickle-down economics has never worked, still does not work, will never work. Investing in people, working class people who are doing their very best every day just to make ends meet, that's who we should be prioritizing. Those are the types of laws that we need to be investing in, not giving nearly $1 billion away to corporations for no good reason. Other than some folks think, well, we financially can afford to do it. But we can't financially afford to make sure every child in our state eats. We can't financially afford to make sure everybody in our community has access to health care. We can't financially afford to make sure that everyone goes to bed at night with a roof over their head. We can't financially afford that we ensure the safety and security of every single person who lives in the state of Tennessee. But we're more concerned about corporations and their windfalls than the people who sent us here to serve them and not to serve corporate interests. This is pathetic and ridiculous. And our constituents deserve more and deserve better from us. This money needs to go back to the people. We're spending this time and this energy to give corporations hundreds of millions of dollars instead of spending our time and energy to say, how do we lift more people out of poverty? That's what our resources should be doing. How do we make sure that people aren't struggling with just one job to make sure that they're able to pay for their rent? That's what we should be doing. To give this size of a windfall to corporations, as the leader said, for no good reason, is a disrespectful use of the resources of our constituents, of our communities that are going to bear this burden one way or another. And so I urge all of my colleagues not to support this and instead bring legislation that invests in our people and put people over corporate profits.
Leader Lambert.
I don't know.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor leader, we've debated this a couple of different times. And I just kind of want to reiterate some of my issues with it. While I appreciate that we are having a policy debate on whether or not we should be giving a tax breaks to corporations, the reality is, and the governor spoke to this, that the beginning of this whole legislation was 80 businesses that decided to move to Tennessee that have benefited by the prosperity of our state, threatened to sue our state over the way we handle our franchise tax. 80 businesses. I find that extremely offensive, that a company that decided to move here, knowing what our tax laws were, then decided that they wanted to sue the state. Secondly, I think that we are grossly misrepresenting what we think the new franchise tax will be moving forward. Right now, if you use the greater of the two, the property value is always going to be more than the net worth. Right now, we don't have any incentive. There's no incentive for businesses to manipulate what the net worth of their business is. That's an easy thing to manipulate. You put debt on your business, you can decrease your net worth. So somebody can take out a loan that decreases their net worth, and it will also lower their tax liability. We don't even begin to know what that final number is going to be. It's going to be much, much less in revenue than what we're looking at. And then the last one, I'd like to ask the sponsor leader a question. I continue to hear back and forth from the Senate what they're talking about doing, and I know what we're doing, and I appreciate our direction better than theirs. But I'd like to know what your intention is if the Senate comes back with the 3-year look or 4-year look back. Are you going to agree to us that we're not going to concur with that, and we're going to continue to fight and hold strong with what we've proposed here in the House?
Leader Lambert.
So I consulted with the clerk, and unfortunately, I'm not allowed to speak as to what posture something is in the Senate. I should have probably mentioned that earlier, but apparently we're not allowed to talk about that.
Representative Freeman.
Well, then I won't do it again. I apologize. Listen, lastly, I just want to encourage everybody. I don't think we need to do this. And I think that us not doing it, if these companies want to sue the state of Tennessee, as everybody here has said, let them do it. Let them do it. And let's handle it at that point. But to come back and just, I don't know, admit defeat before the battle's even started is not really what I think this body wants to do. So with that, thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you for those comments. And again, I don't know what other comments you're referencing from somebody else. I didn't watch the debate in another chamber. I'm worried about this chamber. And this is the proposal that you have before you. I think it is a very good policy win for the state of Tennessee. And I hope we pass it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the best version that's out there. And I think I can say that without crossing any lines.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Lamberth, Leader Cochran, just want to thank you for your diligence and hard work. I know sometimes in the legislature we get involved in things of great complexity like this, and sometimes it becomes great of a challenge. But I would also like to thank Speaker Sexton and Chair Lady Hazelwood, Chairman Hicks for their diligence. I think some of the things that are really important for this that I think the members should know is this is not the first time this body, or even some of us that have been serving here for a little bit of time, have cut the franchise and excise tax in Tennessee. This would be the third time since I've been here that we've done that. What we see when we cut the franchise and excise tax is we see that businesses see Tennessee as a good corporate sponsor or a good supporter of business in our state, and they relocate their businesses or start a business or grow their business here because the tax structure here is so beneficial. But what we found out was in franchise and excise tax in the last 2 or 3 years that other states were cutting their franchise and excise tax in a similar way, therefore making them more competitive than us in this way. The benefits of cutting the franchise and excise tax for us in the past has led Tennessee to be number one in the nation as it relates to growing business here in our state. You can talk to any economic and community development commissioner in this state over the last decade, and they would tell you that they wouldn't want to be the commissioner of ECD in any other state other than this one because of our tax policy. We bring a lot of people here. But I know there's been a lot of discussions about whether or not this bill is the right way or the right version. The good news is when I look at other states that are doing this, this is a great choice for Tennessee as it relates to cut franchise and excise tax going forward, because what happens is those businesses reinvest those monies into those employees, into their communities, and grow their businesses so that they can employ more folks. And so I'm looking forward to the repercussions of that. I do think there are several things in here that are also very important, particularly the two components for ECD, because we are such great corporate partners for corporations. We've spent billions of dollars over the last 5 years investing in companies so that they will come here and start and grow their business. And because of those investments, we just feel like that this bill will allow for those investments to be realized prior to any refund or rebate or tax credit that one might see in that 1 year period of time. Additionally, through ECD, we've made many investments in F&E, using F&E tax credits as an investment or as a benefit to those businesses. This preserves, this component of this bill preserves that investment or that commitment that the state made to those businesses. Finally, Leader Lamberth, I think the most important component of this bill, we've discussed ad nauseum in finance, is that the transparency component of this bill really speaks to the issues that my good friend from Davidson County brought out, that if you want to continue to reap the benefits of being a good corporate citizen with the state of Tennessee, and you really want a rebate, we just want to know that you want the rebate. That's it. And you don't have a problem with us sending out press releases saying we gave you $500 million or $100 million or $50 million. You don't mind about those press releases, but this would allow us to know who, in fact, wants to take that rebate, and so that we can better understand the policy and procedure going forward. I think there's a lot of good in this bill. I think anytime this body can cut taxes to the tune of $712 million, we're doing the right thing. So appreciate Leader Lamberth, Leader Cochran, and the whole team for their work on this, and I look forward to discussing it with the other chamber. Thank you.
Leader Lamberth. Passes. Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you all know, I have carried a few tax reform bills this year to shift the tax burden from working Tennessee families to corporations who do not pay what they owe in this state. This is not a complex tax bill. I was racking my brain trying to understand why. Why right now, after 86 years, are we trying to eliminate the franchise tax? Turns out the franchise tax, which is a corporate wealth tax, is the only remaining progressive tax mechanism we have left in this state. And so, of course, we are trying to get rid of it. We have a budget shortfall. You all passed a major tax cut last year when I was not in this body, the Tennessee Tax Works Act. And guess what? We have a revenue shortfall. We are not able to pay for things that we need and our priorities. We are eroding the tax base with pieces of legislation like this. And in an election year, you all are going to give $1 billion, perhaps, to the biggest corporations in our state, rather than giving a tax break to working Tennessee families. I ask you to vote your conscience and vote no on this piece of legislation.
Lear Lambert.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. I will say that when you talk about hardworking Tennesseans, if we don't have a good business environment and have lots of jobs available, and you and I came in obviously at different times, but when I came in 12 years ago, the unemployment rate was double what it is. In almost every single county in this state, we had double the number of distressed counties. Those same hardworking Tennesseans, and I've been one of those in my lifetime, can't work hard if there's no business to hire them, if there's no wage out there where you can make a living wage. The average wage in this state is $19 an hour for a reason. We are a great place for folks to grow a business and place a business. We have businesses moving from all over the country and all over the world, quite frankly, to Tennessee because of our low tax structure. Now, look, we're not talking about eliminating every part of the tax here. We're talking about eliminating the property component of this and making them go ahead and pay on their actual net worth, on the actual value of their company. So, and it doesn't necessarily equate to this in exact terms, but in essence, an income tax still on businesses. We're just changing the property part of this, where virtually every single other state has changed it. And so I appreciate your comments. But again, the primary goal of this is to keep that strong business community here so that every hardworking Tennessean not only has a job, but has multiple jobs to pick from and can be competitive for those jobs to get higher wages, which is exactly what I've seen in my time down here. And I hope we all would join together and make sure we continue in that trajectory. So thank you.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many of you, probably most of you, have heard me make a statement many times, and I will continue to make this statement. Businesses don't pay taxes. People pay taxes. Every single business that has a tax or a fee or anything else charged to it passes it down to the end user every single time, and usually with a profit margin added to it. So this isn't cutting taxes on businesses. This is cutting taxes on real people. Everything they buy, everything they purchase, every service they have across this state, that's what this is a cut on. And I fully support that idea. I am concerned about the component of this of exposing taxpayer information, even the names of who's getting any kind of refund or rebate, because we don't do that in this state. It has been our policy to not disclose that type of private information, and it should continue to be our policy. That is one of the biggest problems I have with this. I also am concerned about any kind of a refund or rebate. That money's already spent. I've talked to business owners in Madison County, and they've told me personally, just get rid of the tax. It's unfair. We don't need it. But the period of rebate or refund, we're not that interested in. That's not an important component, but get rid of this tax. Because again, any tax on a business is a tax on people. It's a hidden tax on people. So thank you for the legislation, at least the part that eliminates this portion of the tax. And I hope we will continue as this bill moves forward to work on the other part to keep taxpayer information private as we have done to this point. And I hope we continue to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lear Lambert.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. And I too value that privacy that we have always accorded to companies. This is an extraordinary amount of relief, and we just want to make sure that there is transparency just for that rebate. Now, not for the tax cuts going forward, the $400 million that we're cutting, and not for any other aspect. And it should not signal to anybody out there, any individual, which again, businesses are individuals, made up of individuals, owned by individuals. It should not signal that the state of Tennessee is in any way going down that road, except for this one extraordinary circumstance where we are granting an extraordinary relief of 1 year look back. So again, fully agree with everything you said. It is just for this extraordinary moment in time.
Representative Todd.
And I understand that, but I think anytime we give up something like that and give in on a policy that we've had for, as far as I know, the history of this state, even one time, that's going to weaken our position to protect that information in the future. So that's a huge concern of mine. And I think, there have been comments already today about why it's wrong to offer any kind of tax relief to corporations. And I would imagine most of those comments come from folks and maybe even maybe from districts where folks are not that familiar with how a business operates and how businesses have to pass on every single cost to their end user every single time. So I would just encourage folks to think through that and check with your local business people, just like I have, and ask them, how does it work? If you've never run a business, then ask someone that has, how does this work? If you have a cost increase, whether it's labor or products, materials, or a tax, how do you deal with that? Do you absorb that? There's no such thing as absorbing a cost in a business. It's all passed down. Thank you, Leader Lambert.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. First of all, let's recognize that trickle-down economics is a trick. It's a hoax. It's a way to scam working class people in the state. And for years, this legislature has been reducing taxes for the wealthy and big corporations. Legislation like this shifts the burden onto working and middle class families who pay one of the one of the highest sales tax rates in the nation. If we're serious about cutting taxes, we should be making sure people who punch a clock actually benefit. This is a tax break that only benefits about 100,000 property-rich corporations. And so, one word we hear in this legislature sometimes is the word freeloaders. And if we want to talk about freeloaders, let's look at the big corporations who benefit from this bill. They already benefit from the lowest state tax rates in the nation and contribute next to nothing to our schools, to our roads, and social safety nets. The representative from Putnam County stood up and said, we are going to be corporate sponsors and corporate partners. I don't see the word corporate partnership or sponsorship in the state constitution, but what I do see in Article 1, Section 2 is that government being instituted for the common benefit, not for the corporate benefit. And so what we need to look at is let's pay attention to what this is. We heard the word refund. This is not a corporate refund. This is a corporate giveaway by another name. This is the largest tax break in the history of our state. And what is so asinine about this is that we travel this state, a state in which 1 in 5 children live in poverty. We travel this state and see our underfunded schools. We travel this state and see hundreds of millions being not given to a public university here in Nashville, but yet we have money to give to corporations. But when our working class people come from Grundy County and Murray County and Putnam County, we don't have any money to give them for their schools. We don't have any money to give them for their health care. Go back to your districts, and when they say, why is our rural hospital closing? Say, oh, you know what we did? We gave a corporate tax break. When you go back to your districts and they say, why are our schools underfunded? We don't have books in our schools. Go back and say, we gave a corporate tax break. If this is what you want to run on, I'm happy to come to your district and let them know who you are and what is happening in this body. Because once again, I think Representative Williams was the most honest. He is concerned with being a corporate sponsor, a corporate partner. That's not the job of this legislature. We're not just here to serve corporate lobbyists and corporate donors. We're here to serve everyday working class people. People who are struggling between paying for groceries or paying for prescriptions. That's who we're meant to serve. And so, again, we can go back and travel the state and let people know who is being served in this legislature. We can use every fancy word and say, oh, we're afraid of getting sued by the corporations. This is the first time I heard this body afraid of lawsuit. Every day, we're okay with passing things that are up for litigation. But today, we say we don't want these big corporations to come after us because they contribute to our campaigns or because they have lobbyists here who are, inviting us to go golfing with them. I don't know what it's about, but what I know it's not about is the very people who are in this state hurting and struggling right now. And so if you all pass this, let's go to Rutherford County. Let's go to Cumberland County. Let's talk to the people of Tennessee and see if they're getting the trickle down or if they're just getting the same old nothing that we're told every time we pass corporate tax breaks in this legislature. My question to the sponsor is, you say that we want to be a business-friendly environment. When will we be a people-friendly, worker-friendly environment? How will this tax cut that we're seeing time after time after time, how has it worked in the past? How have we seen everyday Tennesseans' lives improve by corporate tax cuts? Let's look at precedent. At what point has trickle-down economics worked in Tennessee? At what point will it trickle down? Because we haven't seen it in my district. And to those who are going to vote on this legislation today, I ask you all to think to yourselves, when you go back home after we gavel out in about 2 weeks, will people cheer on another corporate tax rate, the largest in our state? Everyone acts like this is something to be proud of. Will the people in your district, for the school bus drivers, the people who work in the restaurants, the grocery stores, the people who are teaching in our schools, how will they respond to this? And can you justify this to them? Will you do the right thing and vote?
Representative Williams, your name was called and you inclined and you'd like to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way, but Putnam County is doing just fine. Our schools, our hospitals are doing great, thanks to great leadership, much conservative leadership that we have here as well. I do think it's important to note that we don't have to look at a economic theory to know what works. I mean, we are literally a case example of how good fiscal conservative tax policy works, which is why we have grown more than 700,000 new citizens in 12 years. It's because what we're doing is great, which is why our budget is now twice what it was when we came in here. And we're still providing more services in education and healthcare than we've ever done in this state. All we're saying here is that of the $4.2 billion that we've collected in franchise and excise tax on an annual basis, we're going to cut that by 10% in order to give a property component cut in order to businesses so that they can hire more people. It's not a theory. It's not an ideal. It simply is the way Tennessee has been doing it for years across our state, and we have seen nothing but benefit after benefit after benefit for this state because of the fiscal tax policy we have. I look forward to seeing this bill pass. I look forward to working with my colleagues, both on my side of the aisle and on your side of the aisle, because the biggest winner here are the citizens of Tennessee, because we're going to continue to grow at the same rate that we're growing now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and absolutely thank you. I will say, wow, freeloaders, these guys pay almost $4.2 billion a year in franchise and excise tax. They're welcome in Sumner County. I will say the comments on this floor, I hope the businesses in this state and throughout the country are listening, because there is a stark difference in the way we're referring to businesses. Because these are partners, these are individuals, these are small businesses and large alike. When people talk about 100,000 filers of franchise and excise taxes, many of those filers are a few $1,000s. I mean, these are small companies that are trying to make it something of themselves and hire a dozen employees. Sure, some of them are bigger companies as well, but let's not lose sight of the fact that to support business with a 10% cut in their taxes, when at the same time we're going to invest, if the budget as proposed passes, $8.5 billion in K through 12 education this year. That's fantastic. It's $3.5 billion more than it was 10 years ago. Just last year, we put $6 billion into roads. $6 billion. Those businesses that are paying over $4 billion a year, they help pay for the very roads that we are driving on. We put $3.3 billion into the budget as one-time funds to just pump our roads up to a better quality. We put them on $16 billion in TennCare. So look, I don't know what kind of fantasy world that other people are living in, but here in the great state of Tennessee, yes, we're cutting taxes and we're investing heavily in the infrastructure of this state and the people of this state, and we will continue to cut taxes. And as far as for the folks in Sumner County, businesses are welcome there. Please keep coming.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and I want to give credit where credit's due. Naming the people who will get the rebates that should be in this bill. I applaud you for that. Anyone who doesn't want their name out there shouldn't apply for the rebate, But the bottom line of it is the only reason it's in there, the $700 million, is out of a fear of a lawsuit. The bottom line is all of this is knee-jerk reaction to a few companies who've came in here and made billions off of our state, and now they're going to threaten to sue us. But, you just said something a moment ago that it was really what I was going to talk about. You talked about all the money we put into roads. No, we didn't put anything into roads, folks. Tennesseans, we jacked up their gas tax a few years ago, and Tennesseans put those billions into the budget. We didn't do anything like Representative up here earlier said, taxes are paid by people. Well, it was the people who are trying to get their behinds to these jobs that these people are talking about, to make these corporations billions of dollars. That's where they came from. We also raised the diesel fuel tax on all these hardworking truck drivers. A lot of them don't work for companies. A lot of them work for themselves, and we raised that. And at the same time, we've been able to cut the franchise excise tax. As my learned representative from Cookeville said, we've only lowered the sales tax on food by a penny. We can only afford to give hardworking Tennesseans a penny, but we can find $700 million here, $400 million there, but we can't find but a penny to give to hardworking Tennesseans. Just ask yourself that. We got one good representative over here who tried to give food to children over the summer. He was told we can't afford it, can't put it in the budget. We can't afford to feed children, but we have $700 million to give back. As it was said earlier, this is a policy debate, and we're choosing big corporations over children, hardworking Tennesseans, people who are trying to put gas in their car to get to work. We're able to do all that. And at the same time we had to raise the gas tax. We couldn't just raise the tax on gasoline in this state. We also had to cut the franchise and excise tax at the same time. So the folks in the majority could say, hey, we didn't raise taxes. We cut taxes more than we raised them. Well, we raised taxes on hardworking Tennesseans and cut it on corporations. So again, it's policy choices, and I deem it a bad policy choice. Thanks.
Leader Lambert.
To be fair, I think you and I both voted no on that particular bill, but thank you for your comments.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Members, let me be clear. Democrats are for tax reduction. Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm being impugned now. I don't want to. Now, look, I'm not going to laugh at any of the ridiculousness that you have said today, because you said a lot of ridiculousness while you've been up there. Now, let's be clear. Democrats are for tax reductions. And so I don't want any misnomer about that, because a lot of times, the rhetoric that comes out, it makes it seem like, y'all the only one that support tax reductions and Democrats don't. But Democrats do support tax reductions, but we support tax reductions for the people that's out there working. And so, earlier I heard that corporations don't pay taxes, people pay taxes. I don't disagree with that. But I want you to think about this. If corporations don't pay taxes and they pass it on to the people, as my colleague said, then what does that say about our corporate leaders in the state of Tennessee? Let that resonate. What does that say about those individuals that if they can't make their profits, their extreme profits that they are making, they are going to pass the expense on to the poor people of Tennessee. That says a lot about an individual. That says a lot about the morality of an individual. These same individuals that we're trying to reduce their taxes for right now. I got a question for the sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, if they take the rebate, can they also sue the state after taking the rebate?
Lear Lambert.
No, that's what's in our bill. That is in the House amendment that I described. And by the way, and I know you'll have a response to this, my friend, but if you're for tax cuts, look, here's your chance. Just vote yes on this bill and we're all together, and we've cut $400 million in taxes going forward and about $700 million in taxes in a rebate. So if you're for tax cuts, this is your chance to prove it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to prove it. Why don't we amend this bill and take that $700 million and give each Tennessean $100? I'll be for that. That's a tax break for the people of Tennessee, which the corporation, out of the 7 million people in Tennessee, the corporations don't even make up 0.0000001% of the population of the state of Tennessee. Let's take that $700 million and give each Tennessean $100. See how much they appreciate that. That can actually pay for some of the other taxes that have been increased in this body. $700 million. I want to ask this too. How will this bill, and we may be on the same page with this possibly, depending on what your answer is, how will this bill affect those micro businesses, those single person businesses, which make up the majority of the businesses in our state?
Lear Lambert.
The same way it affects every other business. Again, this is a tax cut for all businesses. If you paid the franchise and excise tax under this particular structure, then we are amending it so that everybody gets a tax cut. Again, this perception somehow or another that this is just a tax cut for big business is simply wrong. It's a tax cut for every single business that pays this tax. And it will continue to be a tax cut for years to come, because that's the $400 million tax cut of this. I mean, there are folks that may try to demonize businesses or act like somehow or another they're the boogeyman. I appreciate the businesses that have invested in this state. I appreciate the businesses that invested in your community and my community, because again, I see my constituents thriving with those businesses, and I see the business owners that I know personally. As one of our fellow representatives said, I mean, these businesses are not just on paper, and I'm going to stop so you've got 30 seconds, but they're individuals. They're real people.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought you were running the clock. I'm sorry. Okay. So, and thank you for that. But do these small businesses, these micro businesses, one-man shops, which is the majority of our businesses in the state, do they have to own property in order to benefit from a tax break on this legislation, Mr. Sponsor?
Lear Lambert.
Again, that's the beauty of this tax cut, is before it's much more intricate for small businesses to be able to figure this. You got to have towers of accountants many times to figure out whether or not you're talking about the greater of this versus this. This just streamlines it down, which is why so many other states have gone to this structure. No. So to your question, you asked off mic there, but no.
Chairman Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Leader, when we were discussing my amendment, you were talking earlier, and we talked about we would not raise the white flag. And if people wanted to, you said if people wanted to file suit against Tennessee, they need to bring their lunch pail. What is the $700 million plus for? Why are we spending $700 million Tennessee taxpayer money to give refunds to corporations out of the goodness of our heart, separate and apart from the tax cut?
Lear Lambert.
Yeah, so again, it's not just out of the goodness of our heart. We are changing the structure of our tax. So, and I've said several times, and I just want to read it verbatim here. And I mean, been in place since 1935, and this is the one-sentence explanation of the franchise tax. Tennessee's franchise tax applies the greater of the business's net worth or the value of the property it uses within the state. We're going to just the value part of it. Okay. So the reason for the rebate is that we are changing this structure. If we'd have told all these businesses a year ago, hey, by the way, we're going to change the structure of this in a year, they'd have changed the structure of their business. And so we're going to allow them to take advantage of this tax cut for the 1 year going back, instead of having to kind of turn their business upside down and say, well, my goodness, now you've changed it, and then be unfairly disadvantaged by the fact that they didn't see this coming in any way. And again, several people have said this, but I don't know why people are obsessed with some sort of lawsuit that's never been filed. A lot of y'all seem to be. This is a policy debate. My name's at the top of this bill because I think it's the right thing to do to cut the franchise and excise tax and make this just about the easiest way for them to be able to figure this tax and cut out what most other states have.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What you just described is gifting people $700 million out of the goodness of our heart because you think it's the right thing to do. That is a pure result. We don't owe those companies anything for the last year. We don't owe them anything. And that difference in value, we owe them nothing. They operated under the laws of Tennessee. They benefited from the goods and services of Tennessee. They benefited from the hard working of people of Tennessee. They do not deserve a $700 million refund. Now, if you want to talk about moving forward and give them this tax cut, what you are giving them is almost $400 million this year, and then $405 million in subsequent years. That's about $700 million going forward. That is the tax cut. That's the tax reform you're talking about and that y'all are pounding on the desk about. What I'm talking about is the $700 million. That is a voluntary codification of a corporate handout. That is fiscally irresponsible and unprecedented. And you're saying it is just, oh, well, they would have done their business this way if we'd had this law last year. Okay, well, we could have done the law 2 years ago. Are we going to give 2 years refund? No, we wouldn't do that. But we're doing that for the last year for no reason. That is fiscal irresponsibility. We don't owe these corporations anything. If you want to give them a tax cut that's going to cost us $400 million this year and then $400 million in subsequent years, go for it. That is a tax cut. And that is what you're arguing, and that's great. But let's talk about the $700 million hole we're creating in our state budget this year. That is unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. We owe those corporations nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, think about this. Look, if you want to vote for the tax cut, great. Let's have a debate about the tax cut. And that's what I thought we were going to debate here. But that $700 million handout, that gift we're giving corporations is unnecessary. Unnecessary. That $700 million could go a long way in our budget this year. If you look at the declining revenue over the last 14 years in the state of Tennessee, we have been riding the coattails of some great, tough fiscal decisions that were made in the aughts in this state. Governor Haslam even made some tough calls. But since that time, we have cut, revenues decline. At some point, our costs, because we have doubled the state budget in 10 years, doubled it. Fiscal year 2011 budget, $30 billion. This year's budget, $62.3 billion. That X and Y axis are going to cross, folks. We're in deep. You have got to think about this. $700 million here, $700 million there means something. If you want to give a tax cut, go for it. But don't give them $700 million that nobody deserves out of the goodness of your heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lear Lambert.
God Almighty, I sure hope some of y'all's businesses are listening to this because, again, I want to be crystal clear. We appreciate your investment in Sumner County, and I want to hear my business community hear that loud and clear because they're my constituents. The state of Tennessee doesn't, it's not our money. As was said from my good friend from Davidson County, it belongs to the people of this state. You're acting like somehow or another that these businesses, again, are the boogeyman because we're giving them a rebate back of the money they worked hard and earned. It's their money to begin with. It doesn't belong to the government or the governor or to this chamber. I know there's people in this body that probably would love for the government to just own everything. Well, guess what? That ain't what happens in a free country and specifically in a capitalistic country. If you want to do that, you got to go to some socialist country that has failed many of them over and over again, and they own everything there, but it goes down the tubes every time. Here, this money belongs to these folks. We are merely giving them back a tiny portion, 10% of what they've worked hard and paid in for.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2103 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 20 nays, 8 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2103, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsidered table. Leader Lamberth, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll the remainder of today's calendar to the next available spot, next available calendar.
Proper motion, properly second without objection. So ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar.
Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1906 by Representative McCallum relative to statute of limitation or imposed. Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 1906 for Senate Bill 1801, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 1906 as amended.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amendment reverses an amendment we had put on the original bill, changing it back to credible and admissible versus clear and convincing. Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative McCallum moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for clarification, this is dealing with the statute of limitations issue with regard to minor victims with sex trafficking, correct?
Representative McCallum.
Yes, Chairman Clemens, that's correct.
Chairman Clemens. Very good. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 87, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2685 by Chairman Doggett relative to county government on April 1st, 2024. The Senate substituted House Bill 2685 for Senate Bill 2548, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2685 as amended.
Let the journal reflect Representatives Powell and Ritchie are excused. Representative Doggett, Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment removes from what we had passed in this body a month or so ago the opportunity for public comment, and it also requires that any vote that is taken that would increase a member or a member's spouse who is an employee of the county would have to be done electronically or by roll call vote. And I move to concur with Senate amendment.
Chairman Doggett moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, party second. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, this is dealing with the legislative body and individuals who have conflicts of interest with a spouse on the legislative body and otherwise. Is that correct?
Chairman Doggett.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 2 nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsidered tabled. Brotherly love. All right. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration. Introduction, consideration of House Resolution 146.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Resolution 146 by Chairman Faison and others, a resolution to commend Representative Brian Ritchie for his honorable and astute service to the people of Tennessee as a member of the House of Representatives.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Chairman Faison.
I move adoption of House Resolution number 146.
Chairman Faison moves adoption of House Resolution 146. Probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Resolution 146 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You want it on the board? We'll put it on the board. Mr. Clerk, put it on the board. All those in favor of House Resolution 146 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, 4 nays.
I hereby declare it adopted without objection. Most reconsider tabled. Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to request the return of House Bill 1695 from the Senate.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Freeman.
Pass.
Little Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the minority leader, I move that House Bill 2326 be heard in the Education Administration Committee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House Bill 2878 be referred back to calendar and rules.
Proper motion, proper second. Any objection? So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 2472, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Thursday's message calendar. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind all the members that immediately following this, it actually started at 6:30, is the Tennessee Wildlife Federation's Beers, Burgers, and Basketball at Jimmy Kelly's. Invite everybody to come out. It'd be a good time. Thanks.
Any further announcements? Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Please take roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, 88 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 10th, 2024.
Without objection, the House stands recessed till 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 10th, 2024.